Alright, alright, alright. Hello? Hello, 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 hello? That took a little longer than I figured it. I really, the game was moving so dang fast. I was just gonna wait until it was over to start the stream. And then all of a sudden it was taking longer than I anticipated it was going to, so whatever. We are here now. We are here now. Interesting into the for the MLB All-Star game, I don't hate it going to a home run swing off. Um yeah. Is it a bit odd? Sure. But it was interesting. It was better than ending in a tie, so. And then, not to mention, I don't know what Booney was thinking, but the National League runs out Schwarber and Alonso for two of their three hitters. Who was the first one for us? I don't even remember now. Kyle Stowers. He hit one. Anyhow. It, What is up, Jupiter? What'd you think of that ending there? It was definitely interesting. Like I was saying, it was entertaining. At the very least. It was better than a tie. So, I'm gonna be honest. It was 2-0 when I dozed off, laying the girls down to go to sleep. I dozed off for a little while, woke up, and it was a 6-6 tie. I was like, or no, it was a 6-4. I think I watched the National League score two. Yeah. Well, and I mean, I was old enough to remember whatever year it was. Was it 2002, 2001, 2003? Um, I just remember Mariano Rivera going out there and shutting down the National League in the bottom half inning, and the game ended in a tie, and the game was just over. And everyone was like, that shit sucks. Don't do that again. And it was just a few years ago, wasn't it, that we went to extra innings? They said at the beginning of the game tonight that the American League's won. They've won like 10 of the last 11, and there's been two of them that have gone to extras, and the American League's won both of those. So, and I get it. The guys that come out and say they're going to pitch, you know they're going to pitch. Holy crap, is this already out? Okay. Ew. Freaking Elias Diaz with the weird ass MVP win a few years ago. He's still haunting us. Anyways, kind of just a chill night. I'm planning on just like, there's a bunch of this crap that I still got to get through. Kinda hate that, but it is what it is. I'm trying to P5 chipper. That sets us up to just throw Chris Sale until that is over. And then I guess I change him to an American League pitcher to do PXP with American League players. But yeah, I was at work last night, so I got to finish home run derby stuff, draft stuff. I didn't stay up late doing that either the night before I went to work, so we got a little bit of grinding to get through. I don't know that I'll even necessarily play any event games or anything, so we shall just see. Alrighty. Yeah, I think you might have unintentionally hit the nail on the head with it, though, Jupiter. Like, it was interesting. If nothing else, like, it's an exhibition baseball game. It's tough to make it super exciting and engaging for hours on end. So, I thought it was a exciting ending, at least. Brother, I have no idea. And I'm going to be honest, I'm a little worried about it. I didn't set anything up for it. Like, I think it's a new thing that they just added, because I don't remember ever seeing a chatbot thing on their website. So, there's no telling. I'm sure I could probably set up commands for people to do, like, exclamation point this. But try addressing it. See if it'll talk to you. I broke even on my 4 prediction picks. I think just about everybody had O'Neal Cruz hitting the longest home run. I came up 1 home run short of getting the most in a round correct. I picked Buxton, and he hit 20. And then there were 2 guys that tied with 21 in the first round, so that kind of stinks. And then I picked Buxton to win it, which he was pretty close to making the finals, but Cannot tell you how excited I am to get Cal Raleigh eventually. Which that may be something that happens tonight. Now that I don't see them giving us another Schwarber card since he's the mini season collection. I don't know how this is going to work with him winning MVP. No idea. 98 Kyle Tucker is the program. That's already in the freaking game somehow. Like the moment that the game ends. And they have a Summer Series pack at the... I think it may be a placeholder. Yeah. I think I said... So. I recorded it and didn't post it, so it kind of was a waste. Like, not the best at doing this content thing. I recorded me opening that predictions pack and talking about all this stuff. And then I didn't upload it before I went to work. Look like our... Well, yeah. Maybe a little bit. I have been accused before of having a big dumper. So... But I said something when I was doing the opening of that prediction pack that, hands down, the most exciting person to get is the switch hitting catcher. Like, if the MLB The Show fan in me could pick who was going to be the freaking Home Run Derby champ, because, I mean, the Home Run Derby cards never get good defense. It doesn't matter with the catcher card. So, I mean, couldn't have been better. A couple of years ago when Adley was in it in Seattle, that was who I wanted to win it in Seattle. Give us a switch hitting catcher. And then also, that was when him, Acuna, and what's his name? It's not Martin Dihigo. They were the collection rewards for that set. And obviously I was taking Acuna first. I really wanted to get Adley, but I was taking Acuna first. There was no two ways around it. And so getting a home run derby, Adley would have been sick. I need to look and see if I got the PXP done with Cal Raleigh. I needed to get like 350 PXP with him to get some progress in the Home Run Derby program. Trying to get my free Home Run Derby choice pack. I get 2 of them now. I picked the National League to win the game. I picked O'Neal Cruz to hit the longest home run, so I got 2 right, which gets you a Home Run Derby pack. Two wrong didn't get you anything. It got you like a deluxe pack, an all-star deluxe pack, and then 5. We want to talk about the stupidest fucking tier. They start you with a all-star game deluxe pack, and then you get a 5 bundle of standard packs for getting 2 wrong. It's like, I feel like y'all made that backwards. I mean, it all turned out the same, and basically, you were guaranteed a Homerun Derby pack whether you got everything right, everything wrong, split down the middle. So they split it up pretty good. I'll give them that for sure. Man, I don't know when they... Is this for this? Maybe it's for per live stream, but to the top fan thing with #1 and a crown, like, I don't remember that for the last couple streams. But yeah, dozing off. I missed all the actual fireworks. I saw the scoring in the first half inning, and then, like I said, I woke up and it was 6-4, 6-5 in the ninth. I was like, oh, okay. This escalated quickly. Appreciate everybody swinging by, hanging out. We've sat at 84 subs now for a stream and a half, whatever it was. I think we ended the first stream this last weekend at 84, so 6 away from shotgun and a beer. I gotta think of something. I even said something to my wife that I feel like maybe I'm gonna, if I can figure out how to do a giveaway, I may do a giveaway when I reach 100. Even if it's like something like a $20 gift card, like an Xbox, PlayStation gift card, something, and maybe start saying, because dude, those shorts I've been making, you want to talk about way higher views than anything else I've done. The first one got 3,500 views. The second one got 1,000 views. The next two got 800, almost 1,000 views. I was gonna do one tonight and just kind of ran out of time, but probably do one tomorrow. Probably say something in like the caption of all those about doing a giveaway at 100 subscribers or something. See if that can't entice some of the people that check it out and don't subscribe to hit the subscribe button while they're watching it. Ooh, very early. Remember, I think they were showing highlights earlier this week, last week, something. It's ironic a lot of times how the All-Star game can correlate with a World Series participant. I'm not saying that it's us because we've had such a shit year. Brother, if you want to talk about the most improbable team to make it to a World Series, that would be the 2025 Braves at the All-Star break, and then making it there. I just don't think there's any chance. We would have to have the hottest hot streak of all time to even climb back into playoff contention at this point. But I think Cleveland hosted the year that they played the Cubs, if I remember correctly. Alright, one more Conquest game, and the draft program's done. So a good amount of cards from that. It will be a good start. I don't know. I don't want to say I'm like disappointed, because I'm not, obviously. Like, he's going to be a great card. But I was watching the draft, and all of the player comparisons for Ethan Holiday were Corey Seager. And so, part of me, when I saw they announced that he was the collection card, was like, oh my god, give us an Ethan Holiday with Corey Seager swing. Does it make more sense that they gave him Jackson swing? Yeah, it's his brother. It makes way more sense. But man, can you imagine getting a 90 with the attributes and speed that card has? Because we're never getting a Corey Seager card with 70 speed, gold fielding, 70 speed, and amazing hitting across the board. Dude, with Corey Seager's swing, it would have been maybe one of the best cards in Diamond Dynasty history. Now, I love Jackson's swing, so that's not a knock on the card anyways, because it's still going to be amazing. It's beefier than any Jackson card we've ever got, because he's not as fast. Jackson cards have to have more speed and stealing. Hey, that's cool. Where do you play college ball at? You said you graduated with him. Yeah, I thought it was awesome. Like, a little bias, obviously, but being originally from Oklahoma, that 2 of the top 5 picks were high school shortstops from Oklahoma. And I was talking to a buddy of mine that I played college baseball with that evening about being kind of surprised that Eli Willits got taken first instead of Ethan. And I was like, man, so first I heard the speculation that apparently Ethan's being represented by Scott Boras, and people fucking hate that guy at this point. So maybe the Nationals just didn't want to deal with him. They had to deal with him with Juan Soto. Nice. The other thing is, that fell out there. James Wood and C.J. Abrams, the 2 young key pieces of their lineup right now, are lefty batters. I think that they kind of didn't want another left-handed... Because, I mean, I don't want to call him a sure thing, but, like, Ethan's going to be in the big leagues in 2 years. At the latest. Maybe in a year. And so, drafting another lefty instead of maybe a higher ceiling possibly in Eli, who's a switch hitter with way better speed and probably better positional versatility, because you could maybe throw him in the outfield if you need to. But they need it. Maybe he's a better defender. He's a good defender. There's no doubt about that. And CJ's a terrible defender. I think the best thing the Nationals could do is move CJ to second, and if Eli's the real deal, put him at short. Yeah, that's what I was asking Jupiter. I guess I didn't word it very good because I know you're not 18 years old. I know he wasn't drafted right out of high school this year, and so I was asking like where he was. He just got done playing his college ball at before getting drafted. But Kennesaw State, that's a good one. I think Dimmu did a rebuild last year of their football team. That was pretty funny. Dude, I saw a clip from his rebuild that he's doing this year. Who was he doing? I don't even remember now. But man, the fucking wild shit that happens on Heisman difficulty. It was a ball that was tipped like 3 times. He had Chattanooga pinned on like the 2-yard line, down by 3, trying to get a stop to get the ball back to send it to OT or win the game, and like 98-yard touchdown pass on 3rd down. If you know who Daddy Dimmu is or like his content, like you need to go check his Twitter out from today and pray for the man. Because like I said, I remember watching his rebuild that he did last year in college football, and made me have zero interest in ever playing on Heisman difficulty. Too early. But back to what I was saying about the Schwarber winning MVP thing. I think we're in a weird spot now because I don't know. I don't want to say it's like a unwritten rule for them, but like the All-Star Game MVP gets a 99 every year. And they made Schwarber a freaking 97, slightly above all the TA and base round cards that you can only get by grinding your fucking ass all the way through mini season. Like I haven't started the mini season yet for the other Schwarber. Which I feel like there could be a very easy fix to the way their content works. Like you could put out I remember thinking that with J-Rod in 22. They put him out. He was like their only all-star. So he got the team affinity card, and then he came in second in the home run derby and got a 98 that was way better. And so the other card was just useless. Like, why not just upgrade the existing card to a higher overall and better attributes, and instead of making duplicate cards? It doesn't make sense to like go in and change the card. Just weird. But, yeah, they'd have to, like, replace Schwarber with another card for the mini-season reward, and then the only card that Schwarber would have would be a 99. I don't know. Which, honestly, with how bad he is defensively and how slow he is, like, his 97 is basically a 99. The hitting attributes on that card are for a 99. Yeah, so if you scroll like all the way down to the bottom of the programs for some reason, that's where I was able to see it. And we're getting a 98 Kyle Tucker as the final reward in the program. It looked pretty sick. Kind of like most Kyle Tucker cards that we ever get. He's very balanced across the board. I love his swing too. He's obviously like more of a DH. Although higher overall Kyle Tucker cards are usually good enough defensively. Like they're slow, but you can play them in like left field, and they're still kind of serviceable. So we'll just have to see. But I need to look at it again after I finish this Conquest game to finish the draft program. It, like, the moment I got the alert pop up on my phone about Schwarber winning MVP, there was an exclamation point on programs, and I was like, no way. I think they even have like a placeholder and where it's showing a summer series pack. Because surely, like last year, and maybe even the year before, they have this rare round guaranteed pack that you can see in the game. Like if you got all 4 choices correct, or if you got four choices correct in your prediction, like you got a guaranteed rare round pack, which is sick. But that has to show up somewhere else, right? Like last year it was in the program. I want to say even the year before it was in the program after the All-Star game, where you could pick any of the rare round cards from any of the 3 packs. Jose A. Ferreira. I miss him. He was a reliever on my moonshot squad. He's pitched too well this year and he became a bronze. I miss my boy. I guess so. I mean, that's what I was just talking about. The way they do this content is so weird, Zach, that you literally had to grind through a mini season to do the All-Star collection that came out Friday to get him. And now he's going to have a... I need to look at that Schwarber card, because, like, what are they going to upgrade? His speed, his defense? Because he's almost got maxed out freaking hitting. I mean, obviously, he hit 3 home runs in his 3 swings on the swing-off, so you probably give him 125 clutch. I mean, I guess you just go ahead and give him max power and call it a day. But where's that leave the other attributes that jump it from a 97 to a 99? Because it's not just like 2 attribute points across the board on each attribute. I don't know. I mean, maybe it all gets dumped into contact right. Because I feel like that was like one of his lowest hitting stats, wasn't it? It was like 106, and then like 117 contact left. I believe tonight's going to be the night that I end up actually doing some of that mini season. I've been dreading it, but Kyle Tucker's going to go into that All-Star collection. That'll be 1 less card. I was basically to the point where all I needed was those mini season cards to finish it anyway. Wow, I fucking hate playing at the stadium. But yeah, I was also just a little disappointed. Usually the program's really good for like guys that didn't get a card already. You know, teams that send multiple All-Stars. And it showed that he was like the only card in that program. Which maybe it's not actually active and like it wasn't supposed to appear yet. Dude, that and I'm gonna be honest. After what was the last one we just had to do? The summer series? Was there one after the summer? I'm mini seasoned out for a while. I'm really not looking forward to the fact that I have to do one to do the All-Star collection. I am definitely mini seasoned out at this point. I was telling guy Corey that comes in stream a lot and hangs out, like I was offline grind out. Like I was so tired of having to offline grind all the time that when all the stuff came out Friday, instead of like doing Diamond Quest and doing the mini season and just PXP grinding to blow through stuff as fast as I could. Like, dude, I just wanted to get online and play Moonshot. Like, I did a little bit of the offline stuff. I think I ran the Diamond Quest and got both the cards, but then I just literally played like 4 hours of the Moonshot playing against real people. That's what I enjoy the most out of this game is playing online games against people. Playing in ranked, playing in events. I hate playing BR, I'm going to be honest. I think it's the biggest RNG crap fest. But maybe a backdoor slider. Dude, I was playing somebody in the Moonshot event, like the last time I was live on stream, and this dude hit an absolute nuclear missile with the Color Storm Keibert Ruiz against the lefty that he has way less power, and I was confused. Two more cards for Cal. I don't know if I'm disappointed that I didn't buy the rare round cards last night, because they've gone up like 10K or something like that, you know? But it is what it is. Yeah, I don't... Like, obviously, like I said, I'm confused. What are we going to do about already... Oh, yeah, I think it accidentally showed up, because it's gone now. Damn. Let me see if... Which, anybody can rewind the stream as well and look, because I think I did it between games. Oh, these do have a rare round. Okay. What's the other one? Did I have to, I guess it was before the game... Go away. Was it before the game against the Guardians that I was looking at it? Was it really that long ago already? .110 contact right, 100 contact left, 100 power right, 102 power left, 102 clutch, 66 fielding, 80 arm, 85 accuracy, 65 reaction, 53 speed, 99 steal. I mean, it's a decent card for sure. But man, is that funny that accidentally... Where is my... There we go. Settings. Hotkeys. Yeah, it is P. Get out of my face, please. I always have this problem. I can never remember where I go to see my freaking screenshots. Oh well. Screw it. But yeah, it looks like a pretty gross card. Okay, so that's kind of weird. It's an odd pack. I figured it was going to be like it randomly selected the tiers that you got a card from. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to take that catcher because he keeps popping up. Riley Quick. Sinker cutter guy. Although this is a 97, he's slightly more expensive. Maybe I should take him. He's just not exciting to me. Like, low power guy. It is nice that those packs like have 3 cards in each of them. So I mean, you can rinse and repeat and do that conquest over and over and over again to get 3 cards. Both Twins guys. I'm gonna be honest, I'd rather have the pitcher here. But I'm taking the higher overall. Yay, 15 cards away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so there are some cheaper ones. Yeah, they're up to 60K now. That sucks, because, I mean, they were all 50K, but... I need 10. Juan Soto's 5. Home runs with Twins, home runs with Pirates, home runs with Rays, Athletics. Yankees is done. Maybe the Rays. And of course, how else would we like to start the night besides the lineup screen freezing? Woohoo! Man, and it's the two are very much disconnected. So like, real baseball and MLB The Show, nothing like. MLB The Show follows real baseball. There's not. I don't want this to sound like I'd rather us just have to wait on all this content until after the All-Star game, because that's not it. I think it does help build excitement for all of the events that this stuff gets put in the game immediately, or like the Friday before. But like, man, the repeat card epidemic that we've dealt with from it is just ridiculous. And it's hilarious that it's Schwarber again. Like, in 23, we got like 499 Kyle Schwarbers 4 months, like over a 4-month span. Have us a few beers while we're just hanging out and offline grinding. That's so hilarious that they accidentally already leaked their program. Have they updated their prediction thing already? No. Dude, I was so close to getting another one right. Which, I guess there's not another pack coming out, so that's positive. But, dude. Am I crazy that, like, these 98s for the rare round, that was like the lower half of the rare round that we used to get in the packs at the All-Star break. So I'll have 2 Home Run Derby packs to open once that updates. That may be the end of the stream, though. It was like 1, 2 o'clock when they updated that. Yeah, so right next to the starter program in the bottom right is where all of a sudden it popped up. That's so funny. It is really funny though because I literally threw Hank Aaron on my lineup because I saw that it was one of the missions for that All-Star program, and now it's already disappeared and you can't you can't see it anymore. It is a bit sad that I don't have the good Junior Caminero card from the Spotlight, but I did pull him at one point. I just sold him because he was expensive as shit. At the time, he was like 45K. So yeah, I took my stubs. I just pitched with Chris Sale, and I don't think it counted because that program's gone again. So that stinks. Yeah, this Keeper Ruiz hit a 500-foot bomb off me in an event game last stream, off a lefty. I was astonished when it happened. Wild. It's very sad how much I've enjoyed this card, and he's already irrelevant because 99 Cal Raleigh exists. Like max contact both sides, a good swing, over 90 power against righties, can get up to over 110 power versus lefties, catcher pop time, decent enough speed for a catcher, and he's just probably going to end up being my bench catcher now. Maybe. I mean, it's kind of hard. He's a switch hitter with a great swing, and he can play first. Like, all catchers can technically play first, and you almost never get the out of position, drop ball penalty. But, man. Honestly, also, maybe this guy can play corner, outfield, and catcher, and pretty good attributes across the board. Slower than shit, but a good arm. So maybe he's the catcher on the bench to go with. What's the other one? I don't think I have to do the Juan Soto mission anymore. Either that or I already did. Could I replace him with that could run into some home runs for me? Maybe do Twins. Eh. Okay. Somehow Chris Hale's already at P2 and passed by Greg Maddux. So they said something about Schwar bombs. Apparently there are more cards that they were actually adding, because you could see them in the inventory when it happened. So there's Kyle Tucker, there's Isak Paredes, who's actually pretty gross with his positional versatility as well. 105, 112 against righties, 82, 110 against lefties. 93 clutch kind of sucks at this point. 67 fielding, 63 arm, 67 reaction, 38 speed, but can play third, second, and first. Coprez, I'm not sure. I'm anxiously awaiting that as well, because I don't even remember. I think I get one more Home Run Derby pack, because that will give me 2 correct. But I'm sure it'll probably be whenever this new program goes live that they accidentally leaked. Ah, come on. The show fans who finished many seasons to get 97 Schwarber only for them to drop a 99. Who let Aranda hit? No kidding. There's one homer with a Ray. 2 more. And then I need 3 homers with a twin. Okay, that just couldn't get any lift there. Man, I really need to finish getting this card to parallel 4 so it gets top diamond. See, that's just such a noodle against lefties. Against the lefty, you have to perfect until you hit 80 power. And it's just, gross. There's 1 with the twin. Which if I can hit a couple more with rays really quick, then I can... Oh, nice. I was at work last night, so I got on the app and bought the base round cards on my phone, but that was it. I still got to get all of the rare round cards, and I'm almost done with that program now. Can you get out, please? 2 with the ray. 1 more homer with a ray. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Perfect line out to end the inning, so I have to keep playing. It's all in the script. No, I don't do 1v1s. Just kind of, I'm an old man. I just hang out. I just play and do whatever I'm doing in the game, as opposed to jumping into customs to 1v1. I don't know if that would be that entertaining either. Like, I'm not that great at the game. I'm alright. Maybe slightly above average, but... Hey, I appreciate it, man. Like I said earlier in the stream, I try to just do a little fun, quirky thing. I shotgun a beer every 10 new subscribers, and we've been sitting on 84 for a whole stream. So we're 5 away now since Copres decided to sub. 5 subs away from shotgunning a beer, and God, I didn't think about that today. I still only have fucking 16-ounce beers. That was a lot last time, that 16-ounce Miller that I had to do at 80. I was burping for like the next 30 minutes. Like I also said, I think I may try to figure out how to do like some kind of giveaway at 100 subscribers and give away like a $20, PlayStation, Xbox gift card. Just like a little thank you. Nothing crazy. Like, I'm an adult with a full-time job. Buying a $20, video game gift card's not gonna end the world. And I do like showing appreciation and saying thank you. Like, I just do this for fun. So anybody that wants to hang out and like and enjoy my stuff, I appreciate it. I'll show a little love right back. I don't know that I get a launch angle on that, even if I hit it perfect. I probably have to pull it a bit more. Hey, I appreciate that. Wouldn't that be cool? I think my chance to grow even a little bit is to keep doing some of the shorts that I've been making lately, because like they get astronomically more views than any of the other stuff that I've done so far. The first one I posted got like 3.4K views in 24 hours, and got around 1,000 views on the others that I've done. Like, it's pretty sick to see. Honestly, not something I would have ever, because I have 85 subscribers. How in the world would I get that many views on a short? But I mean, it was awesome, and I told my wife about it when it happened with the first one. She was like, "It got how many views?" I was like, "You heard me, 3,400 views." I'm sending this slow ass. I need the PXP so bad. I need to order new control freaks. I really like this Galaxy, and it's like the shape of it, but after a while of using it, the edges of the little indentions on it kind of smooth out, and so I don't feel like I get as much control as I was getting when I first started using it. Excuse me. I still need one more Homer with a ray, right? Hey, I appreciate it. I need to get a little better about making those shorts ahead of time. And one of the guys that hangs out in here a lot, Jupiter, he's another Braves fan. That's how he stumbled upon me. Pointed out that, like, could get more people in the stream or get more subscribers if they're seeing the short and it's got the red circle around my icon, because I'm live when they're seeing it. So, like, I had been using the shorts as like subsidizing on days when I can't stream, because I like got to go to bed early to get up and go work my shift, my 24-hour shift, or like the day I'm at work I can't obviously stream either. And so, but yeah, just trying to have some fun, find some little thing. You're a Braves fan too, brother. I don't understand how we keep finding all these Braves fans. The one dude I mentioned, Corey, earlier, is a Braves. There's like 4, like, obviously I'm very small, and we get somewhere between like 5 to, like, on the high end in the streams, I'll get like 20, 25 people. But like, there's always quite a few of us in here suffering together with the Braves this year. That's too funny. Are you from the Atlanta area? I am not. That's why I ask. I'm not trying to like be weird and get your info or anything. We get a little bit of all of it. Like, a couple of the guys are actually from Georgia, and then like me, I grew up in Oklahoma, and then a couple of my buddies that come and stream every once in a while as well, that I played college baseball with, they're from Idaho, and they're Braves fans. That sucks. That was a good pitch to hit out, and I was early. I still believe I've only got... oh no, I've got 3. I've got more than 3. Nice. Right. And what are you gonna be if you live in Florida? Are you really gonna be a Miami Marlins fan? You gonna be a Tampa Bay Rays fan? Come on. Oh, the finest voucher, nice. I think, like I said, my next best is gonna be doing Twins. Yeah, I got 1 there. killer. Okay. 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 We're going Dozier there. I was going to say, surely that gets us 2 there. I only need 2 home runs to finish that anyway, so. Put Joe Byron at the top. I do really like Bader's swing, so maybe he moves up a little bit. High power on them. I mean, Brooks Lee needs to face a righty, so. And so does Cody Clemens. Maybe they just hang out at the. Will Smith can stay way down at 9 because, yeah. I don't hate the Marlins by any means. Like, it's not like they're the Phillies or the Mets. Like I was just saying, they're just not great. They've had 2 good seasons in their organization, and then they fire sale their whole team, and I can't imagine trying to be a fan of their franchise when they just, like, every time they turn around they sell the whole team. Little bit of success, sell the whole team. Get them out of here. It's crazy. But yeah, I had a great aunt that worked in the front office for the Braves in like the late 80s and 90s. And so I was a really little kid, and she converted me. She like gave me a jersey and a hat when I was really little. The ones that's actually in my profile picture. That picture was taken at a Kansas City Royals game when I was like 3-4 years old, but I was a Braves fan already. One more. I will say that Home Run Derby Byron Buxton card, he's gonna make the squad. I love Byron Buxton's swing. I P5'd the. Okay, and we're done, just like that. Hell yeah. I P5'd the Moonshot Buxton because I love his swing so much. Oh, nice. I haven't seen the Braves play in a couple of years. I saw them play the last time they were in Texas. I was living in Arkansas at the time. I drove over. It was actually like right around my birthday as well. So I drove over and went and saw that game. And we're actually going to go like on my daughter's birthday, her 1-year-old birthday. The Braves are coming to Texas again, and so we're going to go that Friday. It's going to be a blast. We're very excited. We got, family coming in to visit. My oldest best friend, since I was like 14, is also a Braves fan. We went to high school together, played baseball together. He's coming down with his son, who's like almost 3, and it'll be his first pro baseball game. That's exciting, man. Yeah, I don't think it's active yet. No. It should be in here, I'm guessing. It doesn't say. It says All-Star Week predictions. It doesn't say that it's just for Home Run Derby, so I mean, I would assume it appears there. So I'm going to get one more Home Run Derby choice pack. I love when people advertise copyrighted songs on Spotify while I'm listening to a non-copyright playlist to keep Jeff Bezos from nuking me into oblivion. I'm sure maybe that'll help their prices go down because with the prediction vouchers and the new program coming out tonight, there will be a few more of the Home Run Derby packs back in circulation for everybody. But I'm sure I'm excited just like you are, Coprez. He's an awesome, like, I honestly didn't think he was going to win the Derby. Like, he's been having a great year. He's, I think he's one of the guys that's been converted to the torpedo bat use. And so his exit velos are up. His barrel rate's way up. But kind of like I was talking to somebody about Jazz being in the Home Run Derby, I wasn't sure that, like, his success in real games at the plate would transfer over when it wasn't live pitching 90, 95, 100. Yeah, man. I get to play a decent bit because my daughter's really little and she doesn't sleep unless she's cuddling my wife. This is kind of tentatively what I'm thinking my God Squad looks like. I've tried, like, forcing myself to love this Chipper card, and I've had some of the worst luck at the plate ever with him. I had, like, a 2 for 20 stretch on, like, all good swings a couple streams ago. And so, guess I'm just going to make him, like, the bench option to come in. But yeah, I got a lot of the top end cards, just like you said, man, from grinding. Dude, I usually am too. He's my favorite player of all time. I usually love his cards, and like I said, it was just tough. I took almost nothing but good swings, like the whole night. I can remember, like, specifically one swing and then maybe a second that was kind of fringe, not a good swing. Tons of lineouts, tons of deep fly balls to the warning track. Just abysmal luck. I mean, I had the same problem with the 97 chipper that we got last year when they had that evolution of the bosses in set 2. I was hitting amazing with him, like no problem at all. The moment that I got to P4, everything I hit found a glove. Perfects, good line drives, everything found a glove. I tanked his batting average from like 490 down to like 290. And that was about the time I got to 99. I was like, fuck it, I don't care. I got it P5. Get out of my face. But yeah. Chipper's got a great swing, man. And with the quirks that he's got, I feel like even sometimes when you don't take the best swings, you get kind of bailed out. First pitch, dead red, breaking ball, homebody, night player, table setter. I think table setter's probably the most underrated quirk in the game because that's probably where a lot of the squib bullshit singles that you can get with people come if nobody's on base. Like you get a just late jammed hit up the middle and it's like, it's probably table setter in my opinion, honestly. But yeah, like I said, this is, and I'm kind of bouncing all over the place with my my rotation. Man, Weekend Classic starts tomorrow night. I just realized that. I kind of need to rest my, I don't know. Garrett Crochet's probably, I hate pitching with this Kershaw. I think Garrett Crochet is going to be more of my go-to lefty. A little better of a meta pitch mix as well with the outlier sinker and a cutter. I really enjoyed this Jose Soriano. This guy's got a no, he's got a cutter instead of a sinker. I don't hate that with the outlier four seam, but I'd rather it be a sinker, honestly. I can use the slider instead of a cutter. Like, whatever. Man, I really would like to have them rested for Weekend Classic, but I guess I'm just going to let it ride. Yeah, I hit him really well, too. Like, I feel like when I faced him in the last Weekend Classic, the first time through the lineup, it was like hit or miss. The changeup can be deceptive, and then like the first couple times you see that curveball, if you don't recognize it instantly on Hall of Fame, it can fool you. If you're thinking it's a fastball or a sinker up in the zone and you just can't stop your swing. But the moment that you see it a couple times out of the hand and you pick it up, it's useless. The second time I pitched with this Kershaw, I got a ton of strikeouts, but at both times I've used him, like if he's not striking people out, he's giving up bombs. That's why he has a 3 ERA with 18 strikeouts and 2 starts. I think 11 or 12 of those strikeouts was the second start. We're kind of just at the point in the year where I was doing it with Scott Rowland for the longest time. Like, I didn't hate his swing, but I didn't love it either. But we had 2 other 99 overall hitters in the game, so I was like forcing myself to use him. And now I'm just kind of to the point where I'd rather have a switch hitter that plays a bunch of positions on my bench, who I've been hitting very good with. And then, like I said, Chipper's kind of the substitute DH off the bench, I think. Got a stolen base threat guy there who can play great defense at short or second, or you can even throw him in the outfield, and with his 99 speed, he'll be amazing. A backup catcher that has better speed than my starting catcher, and positional versatility to play corner outfield or first base if I need him to. Man, which, you said you're a Braves fan. Generational run to start with this 96 Matt Olson. It felt like the first 4 or 5 games I used him, any swing I took was a perfect home run, and a lot of them were lefty. I hadn't used this one online. I just used it against the CPU. He has a great swing, and the thing with the Homerun Derby cards that's always fun is that the attribute spread, unless it's a 98 or a 99, they're usually a power hitter type, so the exit velos and launch angles are ungodly. Yeah, man, maybe sometime. Like I said, I'm just kind of... Everybody has different... that's the funny thing about the show, man. Everybody has different swings that they jive with. Like... What is that guy's name? Let me see if I have anything in my inbox from him. Where is he? KDJTV. He absolutely loves Pete Alonso cards to the point where he was using the Spotlight one on his God Squad. I hate Pete Alonso's swing. I don't know why. I feel like it's so slow and I get jammed all the time. Even when we don't get good Matt Olson cards, I love them. Like his postseason card that we got like 2-3 years ago that had like 85-90 contact left. I murdered the ball with it. We got that event Gold Glove Matt Olson card last year that had like 90 contact left. I murdered the ball with it. I don't know what to do. Like I feel like everybody's got one guy that no one else likes that they can just mash with for some reason. I'm trying to think if there's another good example of that. I know, like, Ochev, he hates Ketel Marte's swing, which is one of the most absurd things I've ever heard. He hates his swing. Every time we get a good Ketel, he talks about it, and I'm just blown away. I love Hank's swing. Nice. You already have O'Neal Cruz? Dude, for me, honestly, I know the Caminero card looks really sick, and I have enjoyed his swing when I've used his other cards. Buxton's got one of my favorite swings in the game. And with 80 speed, even though his defense isn't great, you can put him in left or right, and he'll still play pretty good defense for you, even out of position in left or right. We're talking about this is like the highest vision we've ever got for a Buxton card, too. 92 vision on a Buxton card, and he's got the best quirks in the game. Like, he's got Dead Red and Breaking Ball. So anything he's going to square up, he's going to get better performance on. He's got table setter. So even though he can't steal bags, he's got 80 speed and you could put him in the leadoff spot. Like, I think this is going to be an awesome card. He's probably going to end up being my starting right fielder once I get him. O'Neal Cruz. I usually love O'Neal Cruz's swing. So, honestly, 82 vision with these hitting attributes. He's a really bad fielder. So I don't know if he'd be anything but a DH. But I may have to give him a chance. Ohtani's another one. I guess that's another good example. I'm hitting okay with this Ohtani. Okay. 526 with 10 home runs. Usually I hate Ohtani's swing. Usually Ohtani 99 cards, like, I'm using it because of the pitching aspect, like the Takashi one that we got in 2022, the Lightning that we got in 23. Like, I usually use his 99s because of pitching and kind of hate his swing. But, like, I'm actually kind of enjoying it. So I don't know if they made his stride a little quicker this year or what. Yeah, I do enjoy O'Neal Cruz's swing. Which, with him being out last year, I think he only got one good card last year. It was like that special insert pack, like standard pack 99 that they put out. Man, you got him in center, though. May the Lord be with you. With 64 fielding and 54 reaction, there's no way I would play somebody in center field with 54 reaction, no matter what speed they have. That sounds like giving up doubles in the gap all the time. I'd probably play him out of position in left or right, and because, I mean, his reaction is going to be shit anyway. And then at least in those two, like, he's got less ground to cover and his speed can make up for it. He's still got a good arm, so his arm can make up for it. But yeah, I do love his swing. This card's really good, too. The problem is he's so bad in the field that he's a DH only. You could try him at third. I feel like he's going to be... Like, third base defense feels so bad this year, and I feel like he'd be the worst. The worst of all of it. Like, Scott Rowland's made tons of errors. Not necessarily errors, but, like, doesn't field the ball cleanly on a hard hit ball and then doesn't throw the guy out at first because they're too fast. Like, I feel like you're going to get that tenfold out of this card. Now, his swing's awesome. He doesn't have any good quirks, but... Your other center is Brent Rooker. Yikes. I was going to say, I don't know that a Brent Rooker card has center field as a secondary, man. Do they? Honestly, man, stub for stub, that Pete Crow Armstrong would definitely be the best center fielder for you. What was I looking for? Here. Joe Adele. That's not a bad one. That card, to me, when it came out, literally looked like we got a Mike Trout card, like with the attribute spread that they gave it, the speed, no stealing, not the best reaction for a center fielder, but still usable. Like, it looked like a freaking Mike Trout card. I loved it. It's not bad at all. At all. They said Jaron Duran. What was another one? We don't have... The only Elias Diaz card in the game is his live series, and I'm sure it's like a fucking bronze. There's going to be a mission for this, by the way, in case you weren't sure. In the All-Star... When it accidentally popped up, I looked through all the missions, and you can use cards of former All-Star Game MVPs for progress. So... Yeah, I will say that the reaction on Joe Adell's not so much better that it would make that much of a difference. Like, if you like O'Neal Cruz in center, they're going to play probably about the same. So, I feel you there. But with how bad their reaction is, even with their speed, like, this Javi Baez probably plays as good or better of a center field than either of them, because he gets 91 reaction with less speed. So he just gets an earlier jump, and he doesn't go as fast, but he gets an earlier jump to everything and runs it down anyway. I didn't jive with this swing at all. I don't remember hating Javi Baez's swing in the past, but I was just playing Moonshot, and I fucking hated it. Really hope we get a Acuna card tonight. Not going to hold my breath. But we went from being guaranteed one from the Home Run Derby to him backing out and us not getting an Acuna card. I mean, that one's still pretty cheap, so I sold mine that I pulled. Spend $20K to get one. 106, 89, 100, 88, 106 clutch. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they changed something about his swing this year, because, like I said, I've never hated Javi's swing, but I went 2 for 10 with him, or 2 for 11 with him, something like that, in Moonshot games. I feel like I remember being early on a lot of stuff, though. Oh, good God, what is this rotation? I guess it's all All-Stars. You don't... Burt Rucker's got a great swing, so... I mean, his defenses do not play this card in the outfield. Only DH him. But... Maybe I'll put Jaron Duran there, because whenever that program comes out, I'm going to have to do missions with him. What was he, like 93? 94? Okay. I went right past him. I'm not sure when the update is. What time is it right now? I mean, it could be in like 20 minutes. I think I'm in Central Time Zone, so it's been coming out a lot at like 1 o'clock my time. And they did already leak a couple of the cards, so they've got some of them already built out. I don't figure it should be real late. Yeah, so it could be around 1 a.m. Who knows, though? It could be 2 a.m. They could be creating more than the last couple updates, but hopefully soon. This is going to be a weird mini season because everybody's got to use the same like 60, 70 cards from All-Star, Home Run Derby, and that's it. Draft. Nice. Dude, I was saying that earlier. I've loved Will Smith card. It's sad that like almost everybody unanimously across the community was like, "Oh my God, this is my new God Squad catcher," and then Cal wins the home run derby, and everyone's like, "Ah, there's my new catcher for the rest of the year." I haven't used a whole lot of Cal cards, so I don't know if I suck with his swing. I know I used it a little bit when he was supercharged earlier in the year, like I used him in events, but I can't really remember how I did with him. So we'll just have to see. I've loved his swing from the little bit I used it tonight doing the home run derby program. Caleb, we're all kind of buns, man. It's all right. We're just here to have fun. I forgot they gave him a cutter on this card. Holy shit. So he doesn't have a changeup. Okay, good. probably a little too late. Trying to take, like, it's always a fine line with Hank. I do like that you can be just late with him because he's a push hitter. He's the only push hitter that I enjoy using, but, like, it is nice that you get rewarded a little bit on just late swings. Not necessarily against lefties, but against righties. But then I don't need to go out of my way to try to be just late and drive the ball the other way. That ends up not working out well. Oh, the update's out? Nice. I'll have to check it out after this game. Oh, no way. Did they actually fix that shit? Dude. Caleb, thanks for subscribing, man. That shit has not worked for like a month. That is awesome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the group. We are dysfunctional as shit. No drinking and driving. The Schwarber card is awesome. I mean, that's what I was saying. The 97 for the mini season, because he has no defense or speed, it was already like a 99 because his hitting attributes were so stacked. I was curious how they were going to lay the card out because he got it for basically doing a home run derby swing off. Man, tomorrow night we're gonna have some weekend classic games to play. I feel like we just literally did that, and then 2 weeks from now we're gonna be doing it again. Oof. I feel like it would help this Max Fried card out more if that was a 12-6 as well. It is very weird seeing Max throw a cutter. A little too late. 30 stars from Just Moments. Nice. Is it? I mean, most of them have been 75 stars for the programs that we've gotten this week. Oh, there you go. Cal's got to be... I mean, obviously, when we get towards the end of the year at, like, Finest and stuff, we're going to get really stacked catchers. But it's going to be hard to beat those attributes. He's got to be in-game. And we lost Jimmy Fox's rights. It's so dumb to say out loud again, but I'm just kind of swinging to try to get through this. Getting somebody who's basically maxed hitting across the board and a switch hitter, and they broke stealing this year, so you can't throw anybody out that's got decent speed or stealing anyway. So his defense literally doesn't matter. Man, if the pop-up's going to work for subscribers, that means we can do the stream I've been wanting to do for like the last month that it hadn't been working, where I like offer to eat a chicken nugget for every subscriber that we get, or a pizza roll for every subscriber we get. Yeah, I appreciate the offer. I'm I'm just gonna make myself do. I don't really want to do the mini season, but I'm just gonna make myself do it, man. Get it done. Get the cards. Be done with it. I am anxious to look at this program now, though. Like I said, I typically really like Kyle Tucker cards. Did the prediction voucher get added? That would be huge. Of course, the card art's broken. Nice. Kyle Schwarber collection. So you literally just like collect him for what? Progress? Damn! So the program would basically be... Oh, he's the final one. That's kind of what I figured. They just juiced his contact right up even higher. Max clutch. Really high vision, too. It'd have been funny if they just, like, threw catcher secondary on there. It'd be like, alright, we're going to make this card better. Boop, there you go. A premier All-Star Game pack. It's kind of sad that these cards are already not that great, though, guys. So... I love that a lot of players will alternate year to year. Like last year, Kyle Tucker had breaking ball hitter. This year, he's got dead red and lost breaking ball hitter. Same with Austin Riley. Last year, he had breaking ball hitter. This year, he has dead red. 82 contact left is still even kind of low for the platoon advantage side. I don't feel like that's going to play. And 93 clutch. That's genuinely kind of a bad 96 overall card. Andrew Abbott, not bad. Max pitching clutch for a starting pitcher is kind of crazy. Break outlier, that's pretty cool. Not a bad card there. Yeah. For some reason, the 114th pick in the draft got a card. Nice. Elise Stanton, Kyle Schwarber, National League, American League. Okay. On base 10 times, score 10 runs. Oh, there is a conquest. How much was the progress for the conquest? I guess I clicked too fast. It's my own fault. 20. Not bad. What is the rewards looking like on that? Deluxe pack. Save all those because they'll add the All-Star Deluxe pack in there eventually. Homerun Derby. For taking all the territories? Hemorrhoids? Pteroids? I don't know. Pete Alonso got the Team Affinity card. He was already in the collection. So, like, barring him getting All-Star Game MVP, he wasn't going to get another card. Yeah. There's your Pete Alonso card. Like I said, they wouldn't have given Schwarber a second card if he hadn't won MVP. Kind of like if Matt Olson screwed around and won the Home Run Derby as the fill-in for Ronald. That's the only way they'd have, like, they had to give him a Home Run Derby card, but they already made his Team Affinity card, so he got 2 cards. Yeah, that's a great question, right? That kind of sucks that we went from, we were supposed to be getting a Home Run Derby Acuna to just not getting Acuna. Kind of sucks. Because on the low end, we would have got a 96 Acuna if he got eliminated in the first round. I mean, honestly, if Acuna competed instead of Matt Olson, he probably would have been the 97 program reward if he got bounced in the first round. Yeah, I mean, everybody was looking forward to an Acuna card. I feel like he's one of those guys that his swing's universally loved across the community. We just don't get one now, I guess. That's awesome of them. And that was one of the things that I said under one of the posts about SDS when they were talking about you can exchange your Acuna voucher if you already predicted Acuna to do something in the draft. They should have, like, honestly, just deleted the Team Affinity Matt Olson card because you knew he was going to get a Home Run Derby card. So delete this card out of the game and give us a 96 Acuna Team Affinity card. Because there's like a 1 in 60 chance he was going to get a card for his performance in the game. Where is this? They didn't say anything on him. This, like, last year they said, got a hit, scored a run. They literally just gave Isaac Paredes a card for the shit of it, I guess. Acuna got a hit and scored a run in the first inning of the game. Couldn't give him a card. Oh, yeah. There's nothing wrong with admitting that there's some bias from being a fan of the team. I mean, it is nice that I don't technically have to finish the mini season now. I could get these two, get that program card, get this program card, and I'd be done and have Judge. Man. A week ago, we were using like 93s and 94s. And now we're tons of 99s. And it's sad that they don't do this before Madden or college football comes out, because I feel like this is when the game really gets enjoyable. Like, all of the content's so exciting, like the cards actually get really good, and there's so many people that have just left and gone to college football now already. Did they add one of those packs, by the way? That was what I was saying. The last 2 years, they've put one of those rare round packs in the program. I don't think they did this year, did they? No, they gave us a premier pack, so you get 3 chances at a 30,000 stub card. Instead of being able to pick one of the rare round home run derby cards. That's almost twice as much. That's cool. That's cool. No big deal. What did I just click on? Starter collection? I don't even remember ever looking at that. So I got 2. We'll knock those moments out real quick just to get a little progress started on this on this program. I wonder when we're going to get a good Paul Skeens card again. The change that they've made to his pitch mix is not good. Yeah, tell me, right? Because the metric they use to measure speed is the dumbest shit in baseball. Guys like Acuna, Francisco Lindor, Mookie always get really bad speed ratings because they don't try to beat out every single ground ball they hit and so they get bad ratings instead of like measuring their speed when they're stealing a base, since they're some of the premier base stealers in the league, or measure their speed from home to second on a double, like any number of shit. I remember a lot of like showcases that I went to when they'd go to like clock us, they'd have us run first to thirds. I don't know. I found it to be one of the most annoying things ever that Jake Berger had more speed than Acuna when the game first came out. Live Series Jake Berger had more speed than Live Series Acuna. The fat guy that plays first base for the Rangers. You heard me correctly. Because the metric they use to measure it is home to first on ground balls that you hit. I'm also of the opinion that they measure outfield defense pretty poorly, too. Acuna always gets terrible ratings defensively, and I think he's one of the top 3 right fielders in the game. Same with Judge. Judge gets terrible defensive ratings, and I feel like he's an amazing right fielder. He showed that the other day against the Cubs. Robbed a home run, had multiple diving plays, takeaway hits, and it's like... But yeah. I'd love to know... That's probably the Chase Pack Acuna. Yeah. Like I said, it's just... They're also like newer advanced stats. They've only been measuring them certain ways for, 5 years, however long it is, however long it's been. And so they'll probably revisit it and decide that they need to change it because, like I said, Acuna stole 70 bags a couple years ago. Lindor steals 20, 30 bags every season. Mookie steals 20, 30 bags every season. He may not this year because he's really slowed down this year, but they gotta change the way they measure. And maybe Major League Baseball doesn't care that they don't represent those guys' speed correctly. Then it's going to come to SDS doing something on their own and stop using that measurement because it makes for really shitty cards for guys that deserve better. And like I said, I feel like one of the most obvious examples is that Judge always gets terrible fielding ratings. And then you see that game the other day, like he had that really bad drop in the World Series, obviously. But you see games that he has where he robs a home run, takes away 2 other hits, 3 hits, throws a guy out at second on a base hit off the wall, that kind of shit. It's like, dude, he's an amazing right fielder. Does he take the most... That's because they measure it by, did you take the most optimal route to the ball, or did you take a false step? Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Do you get to the ball? Do you make the play? Since when was that not the most important thing about fielding? Do you get there and get the out? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here. Why is that so difficult to wrap our heads around? What are we doing here? Why am I lining out with Ketel Marte's 99 multiple times in a row? Especially on a perfect with Night Player, Homebody, Dead Red, Breaking Ball. What? All of those quirks should be active. Can I get some launch angle one time? I missed that one. That one was totally on me. Because I won't shut up and just play. I'm over here yapping. I missed that one. I was going to say, it might bless me, but I don't think it was going to. I don't... Anybody that, has been playing the show for a while, feel free to chime in. I don't like the way they've done All-Star content this year compared to previous years. I liked it better when it was one collection and everything poured into the same collection. Like, did it make it harder to get the final card as soon as it came out? Yeah. That's the whole point. You're supposed to, get the Home Run Derby cards. You're supposed to get the draft cards. But then, I would have rather been able to have gotten Ethan Holiday out of the rare round of a pack or just bought him. I would have rather got Cal Raleigh and not needed to do a whole damn collection to get him. Same thing with that 99 Schwarber. I would have rather them been rare round cards that I could have just bought if I wanted. I feel like tonight's kind of, in MLB The Show terms anyways, it's kind of an underwhelming All-Star Game drop compared to previous years. There's no pack. It's just a program. Schwarber and Kyle Tucker are both good, but they're both also horrendous defensively, so they both have to play DH. It is cool that it's a free 99 that everybody's going to be able to get. If you do the program, you get Kyle Schwarber, and it can be your first 99 of the year, even if you don't have shit else done in the game. Yeah, the content is out now. It looks pretty good. Like I said, it's not bad by any means, but I don't understand why this guy got a card for being selected 114th overall. I guess just to fill out the Cincinnati Reds theme team. Same with giving Andrew Abbott a card here. The Cincinnati Reds need some love, I suppose. The Braves theme team desperately needs a shortstop, and we drafted 3 of them, including 2 in the first round, I believe. We didn't get a card. We didn't get a draft card at all. So that's cool. Our team captain boosts also suck ass. So that's fun. Isaac Paredes exists. Kyle Tucker's got a great swing, and this is a good balanced card that will play amazing with his swing. He's bad defensively. It doesn't matter if he has 99 steal. Don't try to steal a base with 53 speed, or you'll just be out. And then his card art still's not loading. That's cool. But top 5 hitter in the game, depending on if you like his swing, maybe top 3. At P5, he's 120, 125, 125, 125, max clutch. 97 vision's pretty good for a Schwarber card, too. Breaking ball, bad ball. Well, yeah. I've often wondered, because apparently Trey Turner's having the best fielding year of his career as well. I wonder, because like I said, it's measured by the most optimal route you take to the ball a lot of times with those defensive metrics. And some of it could just come down to your defensive positioning and eliminating a step or two that you have to take to field a ball. So if you're shading somebody perfectly before the ball's put in play, I feel like Arcia was the beneficiary of a bit of that, because he still had a good bit of plays that kind of hurt us every now and then. Don't get me wrong, he'd have some flashy plays too, but basically you're guaranteed whether you got everything right or everything wrong. In the in the correct choice section, if you get 2 correct, you can get a Home Run Derby pack. And then if you get 3 wrong in the wrong selections, you can get a Home Run Derby pack. So it's not bad. Okay, 1 batter, fucking fantastic. Thank you. Should somebody tell him that he got to face 2 batters? Does SDS watch real baseball? I feel like this is another one of those really weird things where, like, you're making shit unnecessary. I know he struck out Vlad, but he did pitch to 2 guys. Could we not be so fucking weird about this? Could I just pitch his appearance and not have to try to strike out Vlad? Being unnecessarily annoying here, Ramon. Again, I say it all the time. I'm sure I sound like a broken record. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by, hanging out. 4 subscribers away from having to shotgun a beer for hitting 90. By the way, if you have the AI summary option on your browser, I looked at it for the first time last stream, and it was hilarious the way it summarized my live stream. Like, even including the thing about shotgunning a beer in it because it's in my description. Oh, okay. Who was it that asked about Alonso earlier? Caleb did. I mean, honestly, if they'd have just won the game outright instead of having to go to that home run derby swing-off thing at the end, Alonso probably would have been the MVP because of the 3-run home run he hit. Change up and away. Thank you. Not enough launch angle. I guess it was a little early. But yeah, Caleb, did you get a lot of your Team Affinity vouchers before this weekend and the content drop? You should have been able to get this Pete Alonso, like, for free immediately. Or maybe you were just asking if they gave him another card. Maybe I misinterpreted that. Like I said, I wish they'd just delete cards and give a guy a card he deserves instead of duplicating cards. Almost make them like a placeholder until, like, if they win the home run derby, if they win All-Star Game MVP, the Team Affinity card could be a placeholder, and then you just, like, delete it and make the better one. I'm about to get irritated. That's what happens when I get irritated, even against the CPU. Getting fucking constantly launch angled. Man, looking over at the chat again just has to remind me that we got robbed of an Acuna card because he didn't do the home run derby. I wish they would have put the fucking guys in a pack and they would have given us a home run derby Acuna card for the program. Would that not have made perfect sense? Like, put Brent Rooker in the base round of the pack with all of the other people who got eliminated in the first round, and then make the program a home run derby Ronald Acuna card. He's competed in the home run derby twice before. Like, you can base the attributes off of, you know, whatever other home run derby card he's had if you want, but, like, why in the world we just didn't get an Acuna? I guess so they can make another chase pack Acuna to release in a month or whatever. Or like last year. They'll make him the final reward for doing the extreme program. Love that. That was what I needed as a Braves fan after his season-ending injury. To have to grind through freaking extreme to get Acuna. The Home Run Derby cards are a lot of fun. If you can stomach that they're not very good defensively. I said something on Gomes the Legends video today when he was reviewing them when they came out last night. They even tanked the fielding more this year on those cards so that they didn't have... Because usually they have terrible vision as well. Most of them don't have terrible vision. But their fielding, I think, this year is way worse than it's been in previous years. Like, usually they were at least a bronze fielder, and you could, like, parallel them sometimes to silver. And almost all of these guys are common or bronze fielders. But, like I said, their vision isn't terrible. That was always the big knock on Home Run Derby cards at the plate. Even though their attributes were awesome, their vision was bad. Like that 98 Julio Rodriguez that we got when he was the runner-up had like 60 or 65 vision. His hitting attributes were awesome, but if you didn't have good timing, you were just going to hit a weak ground ball or strike out. All of these have like 90 to 100 vision. I mean, Matt Olson's the lowest with 69, and he's probably the guy in this group that his other cards have higher vision. SDS just kind of does whatever, man. They just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks sometimes. No launch angle. Fantastic. Thank you. Can we talk about the fact that maybe Aaron Boone was drunk tonight? Why in the world was Jonathan Aranda selected? I mean, maybe he didn't get an at-bat in the game, did he? Maybe that's what, like, just trying to be nice? But you literally lost the game because you selected a dude that doesn't hit for power to be in a fucking swing-off with the game on the line. Furthermore, you made him the final guy in the swing-off. Aaron Boone was drunk. I'm going to stand on that. When they said his name, when they were announcing the participants, I was like, what? No launch angle again. Yay. I mean, kind of the same thing. Kyle Stowers has had good power this year, so he wasn't as weird. But with the options that you had at the All-Star game, when he said Kyle Stowers, I was like, fucking why? And then they said that Kyle Stowers is from the San Diego area, and David Robertson's like known him his entire life. I was like, there we go. Yeah, that's what. Like I said, I didn't really pay attention. I don't remember if I think Aranda didn't get in the game, and so he let him. Let me look before I just spout off some dumb shit. But I don't remember Aranda getting in the game, and so he put him in the swing off so that he got to participate in something, I guess. Yeah, so he didn't get an at-bat in the All-Star game itself. Excuse me. Schwarber sweeps the swing off. Are you talking about Jonathan Aranda or Kyle Stowers? Because I'm going to be honest, Kyle Stowers is not going to be a bronze for long if he keeps it up. He was hot to start last month and got a spotlight card, and then he's actually supercharged right now because of what he did on Sunday. I guess not intentionally, but maybe some investment advice. Like Kyle Stowers is gonna get. Yeah, I think he may be a silver, but like the point still stands that he's not a very high overall. When you've got Ohtani, Acuna, like any National League All-Star to choose from. O'Neal Cruz is in there. Like, all those guys. And you run Kyle Stowers out there. It's like, okay. Which, like I said, he at least hit a home run. He didn't go 0 for. It would have looked way worse if he'd have gone out there and hit 3 deep fly balls. And just went back to the dugout. But it also made more sense than what Aaron Boone did because he ran that guy out there first. Which, did Kyle Stowers not get in that bat in the game? Maybe that was why he was selected. Kyle Stowers got 2 at-bats in the game, so that wasn't why. But he, out of the 3 guys that went out there for the National League, I think he was the less impressive, and so he went out there first. Jonathan Aranda was the closer for the American League. He literally went out there. Pete Alonso didn't even have to swing the bat. They had 2-time home run derby champ waiting in the tunnel. Dang. When I dozed off putting the girls to bed, I didn't get to see Mizorowski pitch. Okay. Early hit up the middle to start it off. How great. Yeah. Mizorowski gave up a home run? Who did he give up a home run? Am I about to have to try to hit a home run with somebody off Mizorowski? Because I'm not going to lie, that may not go well for me. He's such a freak. He's built like a bird. He's tall as shit and skinny as fuck. And he throws 1 billion miles an hour. Hey, for all the Braves fans hanging out here in the chat, by the way, what about Matty Olson flashing the leather in the 9th inning? Like, they ended up tying it anyway, but literally saved the game on that play for the National, and then turned around the next batter and, went ahead and let him tie it anyway. But whatever. It was nice to see. It was a hell of a swing. It was a better play. Like, just absolutely smothered a missile down the line. I hate Stephen Kwan cards. He has just enough power to not, like, slap the ball over the infield and just hit the laziest fucking line drives ever. perfect lineouts as well. Yeah. It was a great play. It's kind of weird, which I prefer being able to see the shield as opposed to like all the fielding quirks that they added this year. But that 96 Matt Olson that starts with 90 fielding, I guess because of his arm strength, just only ever shows up as a silver fielder for me. And I don't know why. Player stats. 90 fielding. That's diamond. But because the shield, I guess, gives an average of everything all together, the 47 arm strength, which you want to talk about another the dude threw like low 90s off the mound in high school. I remember seeing a throwback video of him from high school pitching when he was being scouted. I want to say maybe that it was for like a Georgia news station or something, but the fact that the dude gets 47 arm strength and used to throw low 90s in high school as a pitcher, like, come on. They said he had like a 10-0 record or something with like a sub-2 ERA. You hit a ball 496 with Steven Kwan. I mean, it's possible because he's a good hitter, so he always gets quirks. So if you hit perfects and the game decides to give you a good launch angle, it'll still go. I just generally hate his cards. Like, anytime he's got any good card, they play so shitty. Is Ramon going to pitch to us in this? Like the old home run derby missions that we used to do? It looks like he is. Yep, there's Ramon. I power swung. I just gotta hit one, right? Surely? Yeah. I do really love Schwarber's swing. I don't know that he's going to necessarily be my... maybe. Do I run 3 lefties in my lineup? Make him my DH? And put Shohei in the field? Shohei's got a good arm and good speed, but his fielding is always so terrible. My name's not Shirley. Thank you for reappearing, Jupiter. Jupiter, did you see that shit earlier? The subscriber overlay is actually working. I heard it out of nowhere when Caleb had subscribed, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, looked around my room, and for some reason, like, all the, I guess maybe the chatbot thing was supposed to be working previously as well. But, so, Owens got their fucking shit back together. Chicken Nuggets stream tomorrow night. I don't know. We'll see. Honestly, pizza rolls. We'll do a pizza roll for every new subscriber. And I may eat 100 of them, even if we only get 5 subscribers. Whatever. But like I said, I think I may also... I'm going to look and try to figure out how to do like a random selection giveaway. If I can figure out how to do it with all the people that are subscribed, and we may give away like a $20 PlayStation or Xbox gift card, whichever you're on. Honestly, man, I do. With him being a switch hitter, and I said earlier, I'm not sure if you were in here, Caleb, I believe he's one of the guys that converted to the torpedo bat, and so he's always hit for good power, but like his barrel rate, his average exit velo is all way up this year using the torpedo bat. So honestly, I don't know if he's gonna keep up this pace, but I think he's gonna have a great second half still. Does he catch Judge and give him a run for the MVP? I don't know. Judge is a fucking machine. He's like Albert 2.0. They had that ESPN commercial where they called Albert Pujols the machine. I feel like that's just Judge now. Just pencil him in for a top 3 MVP performance every single fucking year until he's 40. Pizza rolls. If I really hated myself, I'd do Uncrustables, but that would be heavy as shit. I don't think I could eat 5 Uncrustables in an hour. Maybe. I'm not a bitch. I'd try. Also need to do the 999 challenge sometime. Maybe the next stream after my shift. I'll do it. Play a ranked game. Do the 9 beers, 9 dogs, and 9 innings. Honestly, if I really wanted to hate myself, I'd do it a few times. Just have a night where we jump on ranked, drink 9 beers, and eat 9 dogs in a game, and do it like over 2 games, maybe 3, depending on how hammered I get from 9 beers in a game. The games do take a while, like 45 minutes, and that's a lot of bread for 9 hot dogs. I will say that's the one thing I hate about having to hit off the home run derby BP pitcher is that it's so slow. I can't ever just time the shit up and get it over with. Oh yeah. Who was that against? Was it off of Randy Rodriguez? He throws kind of funky. So I don't blame you at all. I mean, maybe we do the 999 tomorrow. I don't know. Tomorrow's the start of the Weekend Classic. I feel like getting hammered and trying to win Weekend Classic games is not going to be very copacetic with each other. You know what just occurred to me? Weekend Classic starts tomorrow. What do we think the odds that a 99 Acuna is a Weekend Classic reward? Who would be another good Weekend Classic reward? They've been doing a lot of one pitcher, one hitter. I don't know. That's tough. But, like I said, we were all kind of disappointed about not getting an Acuna because he had to drop out of the home run derby. What are the odds he's a Weekend Classic reward that comes out tomorrow now? I mean, I wouldn't be upset about it. The downside is that I try to make stubs off of the Weekend Classic rewards, and so I win my games and then sell them and wait and get them back in the rewind. But it will be entertainment. I see the SpongeBob meme with the hands with the rainbow. Entertainment. That is true. I could do it one time and not get hammered. Like 9 beers. I'd have to get normal size beers, not these 16-ounce fuckers. Get like normal 12-ounce Miller Lights or something. I hate hitting off the BP pitcher. Oh my god. I've changed my mind. I'm glad that the Home Run Derby program wasn't off of this shit like it used to be. That took like 8 tries off somebody throwing 80. Hey, look at that. Like the exact moment I finally got that hit done. How did I get both of those at the same time? That's weird. Oh, because it was 6 instead of 3. Okay. Sure. Was that the first? It is the first All-Star card there. Okay. I mean, this price is kind of going up. I'm not trying to be a hater. I just genuinely don't understand why this low of a draft pick got a card. Every other one was a first or second round pick. And then all of a sudden we're like, hey, what about one of the last picks in the third round? Whoop, whoop. Okay. Sure. I guess. I got one here as well, right? Yeah, 3 away. Whoop. Whoop. Schwarby, Kyle Tucker. Man, could his card art load? I play on Xbox, which is disappointing to me because I'm actually a bigger fan of the PlayStation, but the DualSense controller plays with that delay so terribly that, like, I did it the first year I got into Diamond Dynasty and the show 22, and then for 23 I went and bought an Xbox. I wasn't doing a whole other year of the hitting delay. Who were the guys that it wanted me to do PXP missions with? Hank Aaron, Schwarber, Duran, Elite. I'm not doing Elias Diaz, so just fuck off. Giancarlo Stanton. Okay. Put Giancarlo Stanton's first weekend classic card out there. Was it like an 80? Second. It was 91. Man, that was way higher overall than I thought it was. Schwarby. Put the Schwarby card out there for that as well. Okay. It's wild that that defense is going to play better. Okay. Was there a card associated with this one? No, a Homerun Derby pack though. Yeah, I'm definitely doing this before I do the mini season. Your dad took your PS5 to play Fortnite? I'm not gonna lie, an adult playing Fortnite in 2025 is kind of wild. But I mean, everybody's into whatever game they're into. But it's like, if I want to play a shooter, I'd play like literally almost anything else besides Fortnite, because the shooting aspect of it is not even like a secondary thing. It's like the third or fourth thing when it comes to Fortnite. I feel like building and healing are the most important things in Fortnite as opposed to actually shooting. Which, don't get me wrong, like when Fortnite first came out and was big, I was into playing Fortnite. But it was more about like hanging out with my buddies and playing quads and, you know, drinking and having a good time, laughing and talking shit to each other than playing the game itself. Yeah, so I mean, like I said, I totally get that, playing with his buddies. I've never really been too big of a fan of Warzone, but me and my buddies, when Verdansk came back out, we got really into playing it for a while because we were all hopping online, and when you're running with a group of friends, man, anything can be fun. I'm not a fan of it. It's just not my cup of tea. Like I said, everybody likes what they like, so power to him. If him and his buddies like playing it, that's cool. I had that stream a couple days ago where I checked out Helldivers for the first time with Tricky, and totally down to play it again. It was pretty fun, and I could see where it would be a lot of fun to play with my buddies. And like my oldest friend Antonio, he was really into it. I know when it first came out, he was the one that talked me into buying it, and I bought it and never downloaded it. I can't remember. I feel like it worked on both guys that subscribed tonight, but I can't remember. I mean, if we get another one, we'll just have to see. But I know for sure it worked that last time when Caleb subscribed. I'm trying to think of when the other one even happened. What's his name? Coprez. He subscribed early on in the stream as well. I don't remember the pop-up working when he did it though. I don't know if they'll drop a lot. They may drop because I could totally see the Home Run Derby card or the Home Run Derby pack being one of the tier rewards for like just about any of the different ranks, you know. So they may go down a little. Like they went down 10K tonight just from like the new program, the conquest, the vouchers getting added for winning or losing the game. So like their price could still go down a little more. I'm probably gonna buy the cards I need tonight after I open the packs, because I mean he's hands down the best catcher in the game and will be probably the rest of the year. So I'm probably going to go ahead and get him and try to parallel him up at least a little bit before tomorrow when Weekend Classic starts. Dude, hey, no kidding. I thought that was kind of an odd one. I don't necessarily like hate Richie Sexton cards though, but it was a pretty weird choice for sure. And honestly, it was probably because you got Andrew McCutchen and Andrew Miller in the Weekend Classic. Those two cards would have made so much more sense for a prime program, but then they couldn't be on the market and be Weekend Classic rewards. Anytime, Gavin. Glad, kind of like the joke. I'm not here to give financial advice, but like that's just my opinion. Like that's probably what I'm gonna do. And like I said, it's probably a pretty high likelihood that because like they keep putting the spotlight packs in as rewards for Weekend Classic as well, so they'll probably do the same with the Home Run Derby and the All Star Choice Pack this coming Weekend Classic tomorrow. So they may go down a little bit. You never know. Cal Raleigh's definitely worth it. Even like I have all 3 of the rare round cards to buy. I need to buy all of them, and I think he's worth the 150K that I've got to spend to unlock him. Like look at that. That would be what I'd say, Gavin. Look at that card, and then add up the stubs that you have to spend. And if you could just buy that card on the market for that price, would you? He's the only 99 catcher in the game. He's a switch hitter with basically max attributes both ways, max clutch. Would you pay 150K for one card on the market? I would. If it's going to be, the best player at that position. And it's kind of tough because, like, if it's a player that I'm a huge fan of, like Acuna, or I'm trying to think of another good example, Ellie, like the cycle Ellie, it's tough for me to justify spending 150, 200, 250K on a card. Like, I love Cattell. I love Cattell's swing. There's no way I'm spending 300 plus K on a card. Not at this point in the year. Not when, like, I got a free Ellie. I got a Francisco Lindor for 40K. Oh, you can look at them? No, I will go look at them. Thank you. Appreciate that, Gavin. I mean, I should have assumed that they were out. I don't understand what the fuck that is and why that started popping up. Yay. If I go 6-0, I get 2 draft choice packs. Woohoo. They changed this last Weekend Classic, and they changed it back. So I went 4-2. I only got one of the packs, and there was no rewind round. It was like this, but in the gold tier. So in silver, if you get the first pack, you only get the Weekend Classic card that currently just came out. And there's a separate rewind pack. God, I cannot speak tonight. I've only had one beer. I promise I'm not even buzzed. But so I didn't get the option for a rewind pack before I got my... So like I just had to buy one of the rewinds off the market because I didn't get the second pack. And it's the only one that had the rewind round. 800 gets you one. And an Ultra. Who was Chase Pack 13? Is that the Vlad? That may be the Vlad. I'm betting that's the rare round on Diamond. Which I didn't get enough selections right. If anybody in here got the guaranteed rare round pack, where you got to pick from the Home Run Derby, the All-Star, the draft rare round cards, but there's no card art. I'm guessing that's probably what that is. Yeah, because it shows up. What the fuck? Yo! If you finish first in your leaderboard in Immortal, you get a free Ketel Marte. Alright, Caleb. That has to be the most wild shit I've ever seen. I hope that tanks the shit out of his price, though. Damn, I don't feel like spending stubs now. Because when that happens, there's going to be people that'll be a ways away. I could still, because I mean, you got to get all the way through the Weekend Classic for the rewards to be out for the leaderboard. I cannot believe they're going to give out Ketel Marte to people for finishing first in their division. That is the most wild shit I've ever seen. And they haven't done that with any of the other over-the-top chase pack cards that they've put out. They came out with Randy for the first one. They came out with Willie Castro for the second one. Oh my God. If I finish first in my division, I get 50 packs. Woo, no chase pack. That's the other thing. They should change that to bundles. Yeah, because, I mean, I kind of figured that maybe they'd make it like a 6-win in a lower division or something. So in the 800 division, you get 2 of them as well for getting 2 wins in 800. That's kind of crazy. Especially since they're 1 in 3 odds. They're like the spotlight packs now. There's a 1 in 3 chance of getting the rare round, which I'm going to open some tonight. Guarantee you I don't pull a rare round. But it is what it is. If it's a sellable, like I said, I think that 6-win for Diamond and then the 4 wins for Immortal is that guaranteed rare round pack. If it's sellable, that'll help drop the price too, because that's guaranteeing that people... It's the most expensive rare round cards available right now, are the Home Run Derby ones. So, people will be yoinking those up and just throwing them to the market. You get an all-star pack for every win after your 6th one. I was going to say, not in my divisions. It'll go back to balling. Not that those are very... But, I mean, that's a guaranteed 5K even for a base round card. That'd be so much better than a fucking gold. I think... Do we get new missions tomorrow? We do. We get new missions as well. Do we think there's going to be new ranked rewards after this Weekend Classic? I really don't know. Okay, so far there hadn't been anybody subscribed that the pop-up didn't show up. The thing may have fixed itself. That's awesome. Anyways, back to the... I'm trying to do this conquest to get a Home Run Derby pack. Where was I? I don't know. Yeah, I am a big fan of there being more weekend classics. I think a lot of people were hoping that it was going to be like I don't think it would have been good to do it, but every weekend. If they moved to do it instead of doing it once a month, doing it every 2 weeks, that'd be cool. I just don't know if it's going to like reset the ranked rewards. Which I mean, I wouldn't hate if it did. I've been trying to more casually enjoy playing the last couple of seasons, and so I'm not like trying to race to hit World Series before. So then I play my Weekend Classic on the 700 rating, and then I hit World Series while I'm playing Weekend Classic, and that's fine. That's good enough for me. I get like 50K for selling the ranked reward, and then I sell my Weekend Classic rewards and make a decent amount of stubs. Well, yeah. That it would be quick. We are kind of to the point in the year though, like if you've hit World Series, you only have to win 3 or 4 games to hit World Series again. So it's nothing too crazy. maybe that's why they feel more comfortable at this point, having it every 2 weeks. Hey, what's up, man? I mean, like I said, I literally don't touch ranked. The last 2 seasons, I haven't played a single ranked game outside of playing Weekend Classic because I hit World Series and then a new season starts and it resets me to 700, and then I play Weekend Classic and hit World Series, and then it resets me to 700. And so, like, any of the online games that I play have been event games here lately. Because honestly, I enjoy playing more on All Star than on Hall of Fame. I'm like just bad enough at hitting on Hall of Fame that when I don't get rewarded for the good swings I take, I almost lose my mind. And that seems to be a lot of my experience playing the Weekend Classic, is that my opponents get a bunch of just late hits and I get good squared up outs constantly and want to yank my hair out. Appreciate it, Gavin. I appreciate it. Hope to see you back. I'll be live again tomorrow night, so come hang out again, man. Love hanging out and just talking gaming, talking baseball. Hey, appreciate it, man. See, like I said, I feel like it only worked that one time when Caleb did it, so that stinks. I don't know what's causing it to work sometimes and then not others. I got to figure that out. So maybe tomorrow night is the 999 challenge and not the pizza roll per sub stream. We'll have to see. 3 subs away from having a shotgun and beer. I will say, shotgunning a beer tonight would probably push me right up to being to being sauced, because I only have 16-ounce beers. Thank you again to everybody hanging out. Just hanging out, even if you're not talking in chat, just using some background noise or something. Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate everybody for subscribing too. I started doing this back in into December and had like 12 or 16 subs when I started, so never would have imagined being this high. I know 87's like nothing spectacular, but it's a shit ton more than I expected to get. I was just hoping to find people to talk to while I gamed, or like when I started doing it, I was playing Black Ops 6, so also kind of looking to see if maybe people were interested in playing Call of Duty together, because all my friends are adults with jobs and our schedules don't line up a lot to get to play together anymore. Okay. Go here first. I need to go to the restroom real quick, and then we'll start knocking out the conquest games real quick and hopefully get through this program. I will be back as quickly as I can. apologize. I apologize. You know, sometimes duty calls. I could have at least waited to walk off until after the ad was over, so you didn't sit here in silence. I guess that's my bad. Good. Wait, I need to check and make sure. Okay, I'm still trying to work on any of that. I do like that they give you a shit ton of... It just stinks that I haven't done it. But they give you a shit ton of progress if you got the other Kyle Schwarber already. Like, you're 2/3 of the way done with the program already. 50 out of 75 points. I mean, it's awesome. I'm just removing my logo for no reason. It's not like I've been playing all night. Just a little too weak against lefties to do that. Gotta put up a better swing. If I'd have been thinking ahead, I'd have probably put like Schwarber here. Although I really want the extra at bats in PXP with Matt Olson. Good swing. Against the CPU. On rookie. Nice. I didn't jive with the Schwarber so great. Which he didn't get many at bats. He's P5 from basically CPU grinding. He was on all my squads doing all of my CPU grinding. But he only got like 5 at bats, maybe 1 hit. I also had him at DH, so like the meta has been so hard stuck, like mostly left-handed pitching, starting pitching anyway, that like I just pinch hit for him like the first or second at bat because every starting pitcher was going to be a lefty. I'm not going to leave him in there. Excuse me. Nobody tell my wife, but I gotta eat my way through our strawberry Uncrustables because they're just not as enjoyable as the raspberry ones. I don't remember. Sam's Club? Target? She bought the big box, which I'm not opposed to. I do like the Uncrustables. They make a nice, quick, easy snack, especially for me at work. If I'm having a hard time getting enough time to like grab lunch, grab dinner, like quick, easy little sandwich that I can eat on the go to the next call. But yeah, the strawberry's just not as good as the raspberry. I'm gonna be honest, it's not as good as the traditional grape. I'd rather have the grape. But I gotta eat through like 25 of them things before we need more. But you're not allowed to tell my wife. And if you do, I'll deny that I said anything. Hunter Gaddis coming in the second, huh? This is probably a bad idea since I'm 3 subscribers away from having to shotgun a beer. That could happen in 5 minutes. That could happen like right now if there's 3 people out of the 14 of y'all that haven't subscribed. Okay. This is the softest fucking check swing call ever. I was a little disappointed with the Lindor card. His arm strength is so bad that I don't think there's any world I use him over Ellie. At least not at short. Like, I could use him off the bench, I could see as like a replacement for second base. For like Bobby Grich. Or maybe he should start, but like, I don't. I had like 2 plays, I want to say, when I used him in event games, where like it was just a routine ball, but his arm was so weak. If you didn't get a perfect animation, people just beat out routine ground balls because you didn't get the most optimal animation and he has no arm strength. Right. Well, unfortunately, like with all, this is the time of the year when the power creep jumps so hard that like everything that was out before this week is so cheap now. I just looked because I have a June any Spotlight pack that I haven't opened yet, and they're going for like 6 to 8K now. When if you'd opened them a week ago, Jazz was going for like 45K. Well, and I'm just going to call you 15. What is that? Subaru? Or I could call you Subaru. My bad. He's not bad, but like you'd almost have to play him at second until you get him to parallel 5, and then I think he starts at 67 arm strength, and that would get him to 72, which would be more viable for a shortstop. But like, you got to get to that point. I don't like, especially when SDS says that whenever they do like live streams or whatever. They're like, you parallel this card up, and it's like, stop making that a selling point for a card. You're showing it to a stock. It's not good until I put 12, 15 hours into using it and add 5 points to everything. Like, don't try to sell it to me then. And I love Lindor's swing, so like maybe he does need it. But I've hit so well with Bobby Grich. Until I feel like I'm not succeeding with Bobby Grich, he's gonna stay. Yeah, dude, the one I always think of, because I mean it really wasn't even that crazy of a card, but it was like the first time I feel like I really fell in love with Lindor cards was the World Baseball Classic one in 23. That was like the first or second card in the set collection. Dude, I loved that card. And he was just kind of average across the board at everything. He wasn't even spectacular. But like I was saying, Subaru, it's kind of a bummer. I don't know who at SDS or in the community was like, hey, you know what sounds like more fun in a team building mode? Let's limit where you can use people. I know, I'm trying to think of a good example here. I know Austin Riley literally debuted as a left fielder in Major League Baseball and played his entire first season in left field. But let's take that secondary away from him. There are some, don't get me wrong, there are some of them that make sense. Like, there's no world I feel like where live series Kyle Schwarber should be getting catcher secondary. He hasn't caught since 2018. So yes, I do get that. Especially since catcher is more of, I don't want to say like niche, but like, I feel like catcher's the one normal position that should be more strict about like if you get the secondary for it or primary for catcher. It's, but like, imagine that Lindor card in a year before this year where he had second or third base secondaries, you know? Okay, that's cool. I've been a little underwhelmed with this card too, by the way. I know he's still very good, but being a contact hitter against lefties with the max power, I had a perfect fly out to center field in a game. Saturday night, I think it was. Does it though? I feel like that's part of the problem with this year's game, that it doesn't necessarily balance the game. And for people that play more casually and don't have time to stay all caught up on stuff, it makes it harder for you to use your best cards. Like when the game first came out, the best like 5 or 6 outfielders in the game were all right fielders without secondaries. When you got guys like Acuna, who used to be a primary center fielder, who debuted as a primary left fielder, who's now a right fielder, I feel like it's a bit unnecessary. It's another one of those things like nobody asked for it, and it really wasn't hurting anything, so why'd we change it? I mean, I suppose kind of like you said, they thought it was going to be good for game balance, but I honestly don't think it's good for game balance. I think it makes it harder for people that don't have as much time to play. But then there were weird, like the first chase pack of the year was Hank Aaron. It was a Braves Hank Aaron. It was not a Negro League Hank Aaron that played right field and had second base secondary for some reason. I will say there's a lot more forgiveness with guys that are shortstops, which you may know this. Like Ellie De La Cruz can play short. He can play any shortstop can play second base, and they only get a 5-point reduction, like it's a secondary, even out of position. But then, like guys that have decent fielding and reaction and speed, you can throw them in any of the 3 outfield spots, and they still play a decent outfield. So, like in all of the event games I played last week, all the moonshot events, Ellie was my center fielder. Didn't make a single error. Ran down almost every single ball and threw out multiple people at home plate trying to tag up and score. Yeah, it kind of stinks that the wheel's broken this year and they won't do anything to fix it. But it is what it is. Like you said, all you have to do is like click on the card and go to the option to like sub them out, and you can see what their rating's going to be. So, but kind of lazy to me that they just don't want to take the time to fix something in the game that's been broken all year. Kind of like the menu freeze when you go to like change your squad or something, and the whole game just freezes. I know he's got that secondary. If you've got anybody with better speed than Cattell, get him out of center field. He's just so slow. But since he has the center field secondary, you can play him in left or right, and he'll play fine. He'll get a 5-point reduction since he has center field secondary. The short that I made about the number 1 draft, Eli Willits. So he's a primary shortstop, and his only secondary is center field. But because of the way it works, you can put him at second or third, and he'll get a 5-point reduction. And since he has center field secondary, he gets a 5-point reduction playing center as a secondary. But then if you put him out of position in left or right, he gets a 5-point reduction in a secondary. Even though it's not listed as a secondary, since he has center field as a secondary, he doesn't get a giant deduction playing left or right. I think he's one of the most versatile cards in the game, honestly. When I got him Sunday night, I threw him in right field on my God squad. I don't think he's fast enough to play center on like a true God squad where you've got like Beltron or PCA, but he's got 90 speed and good reaction, and he's a switch hitter that's totally balanced and viable to use on a God squad. I think worst case scenario, he's going to be on my bench because he's got 90 speed, like 95 stealing. Ooh. But yeah, excuse me. I'll show you real quick. Like, he doesn't have right field secondary, but he's got 90 speed at P2 with 90 reaction. He gets 81. Okay, so it's a little more. It's an extra 4 points on top of the secondary reduction, but his fielding's high enough that it doesn't matter. His speed's so high that it really doesn't matter. 83 arm strength is plenty good for right field. Parallel him up the rest of the way, he gets 86. I do wish it was like 90 or higher, but he's a better right fielder than Ted in an actual secondary. But like Ellie doesn't even have that great of fielding. They had to tank his fielding to make his hitting attributes better on this card. But you still get 64 reaction with 99 speed if you put Ellie out of position in center. He's arguably played as good of center field for me in those 34 event games that I used him as Carlos Beltran's ever played. Because, I mean, Ellie's one of those dudes, he's so damn tall, he He feels like he has 109 speed instead of 99 speed. He feels so much faster than everyone else. I don't know if it's just like a deception thing because his character model's so big he doesn't have to look like he's running hard, but dude, he moves. Yeah, I almost kind of wonder if once I get done doing these collections and getting these 99s, if Eli Willits goes here on the bench and then like Judge goes out there. I don't know. Maybe. We'll have to see. I need to change to an American League pitcher that'll be in the 5 slot now. Just kind of go with the lower overall. I do actually like using him in ranked, so I'm gonna, I guess, throw a parallel on him while I'm doing this. I was going to save Atlanta to beat them last, but I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'll just go ahead and do it. I cannot tell you how disappointed I am that pop-up worked one time, and the other 2 subscribers tonight, I don't think it's popped up. And it's, why in the world would it work one time and not any, like it hasn't worked for weeks. And all of a sudden out of nowhere it just worked. Who do we think MLB The Show thinks is our 5th starter with the injuries we've had? I would almost bet that it may be Didier. Grant Holmes, which probably means that they still have Lopez in our 5-man on the CPU build. Eli White in the 2-hole with Austin. Like, SDS is so shit at making these lineups ever make sense or anything close to what the actual fucking team does. Eli White playing center against a righty, hitting 2-hole. Not hitting 7, 8, or 9. Hitting 2-hole. I think Profar's kind of got a noodle, so we're going to send that. Yep. Excuse me. Anybody still hanging out in stream, if you want to participate, You don't have to, obviously. A bunch of people just hanging out. It's cool with me. But give me your most unlikely prediction for the second half. Something that no one else would expect to happen, but you could see happening. And honestly, I don't have one. Because I'm not going to, say the Braves bias and be like, oh, the Braves are going to the playoffs. I would love if the Braves went to the playoffs. I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's likely at all. We've just played so shit the last month and a half. Like, we would have to be the best team in the baseball for the next 2 months to even sniff a chance. But, I'll think of a good one that's not just, favorite team bias. I'm going to try not to make it like a negative one, like somebody choking and not making the playoffs. Maybe a more positive spin one. What a swing against the CPU. Good job, Jordan. Trying to think if there's a team that I think is good that could make the playoff that's not really in the hunt right now. Like I said, I'm not going to say the Braves. Has Austin Riley ever hit leadoff in Major League Baseball? This might be one of the dumber ones I've ever seen MLB The Show do. Eli White hitting 2-hole against a righty. I bet. Right? Like, I'm not crazy. He is not a leadoff guy. Another Paul Skeens card. I said a bold pick, not a guarantee. Kind of like with the like he just got that 94 overall takeover. Like, we still have the Paul Skeens takeover happening technically, where he's the only cover athlete on the game, and then he was their only legit all-star and had to get the all-star card. O'Neal Cruz wasn't technically an all-star. He was a home run derby participant. I'll tell you, I was worried that he may, like, if it was a really close game and there wasn't another standout performer, that Paul Skeens could have got the freaking MVP, because they do love Paul Skeens. If he, like, struck out all three guys he faced in the top of the first, or, like, threw an immaculate inning or something, I wouldn't have been surprised at all if they'd have been like, Paul Skeens is your All-Star Game MVP. Tigers. I'm going to be honest, man. I like the Tigers. I like a lot of their group. I don't really see them... Like, they're going to go to the postseason, and they're probably going to win the first series. That I don't see them being a World Series caliber team. After Skubal, I think their pitching falls off considerably. And maybe it's a little new world, more recent bias, but like the fact that they rely so heavy on platoons, I feel like when you get late in the year and in the postseason, when people are more apt to give a shit about the matchups and like bringing in pitchers. Like, I just remember last year in the postseason them having to completely empty their bench every fucking game because they make their entire lineup out based off of who's good against a lefty, who's good against a righty, And it works sometimes, but when you're behind in the game, it absolutely murders you. If you're winning, you're good. It's not as big of a deal. They're going to bring in their high leverage guys no matter which hand they throw with and kind of just deal with the matchups. But when you're trailing, you're kind of at the mercy of the other team. So I don't know. And like I said, I do like the Tigers. I like a lot of their guys. I really just don't feel them as a legit contender for some reason. And they like, man, I'm echoing myself. I don't know why. I feel like it may be the platoon thing. They platoon literally everybody up and down that lineup basically. Not everybody, because I mean like Glaber plays every day. Torque plays every day. Riley Green plays every day. But you know what I mean. They in a world nowadays where platooning's not really as much of a thing, or pinch hitting's not much of a thing, they're like the one organization that still really does it. I'm having a hard time, honestly, thinking of bold prediction. Because honestly, like my first gut was like, Arizona's got so much talent, man. They've got to make a run, right? And then you remember, they don't have their number one pitcher. Corbin Burns is out for the year. They're more likely to move people at the trade deadline than try to buy people and make a run. I'm gonna be honest, man, and like I said, the reason I'm sitting here so long is because I really didn't want to pick a negative one, but I don't really believe in what we're seeing from the Astros. Yordan Alvarez is having the worst year of his career over the last, 4 or 5 years when we've come to expect him to be one of the best hitters in baseball. He's having a pretty piss poor year for what we've come to expect out of him. They've leaned super hard into their pitching, I feel like. Altuve's, had a good resurgence year after being pretty bad last year. I just don't know that I'm buying them being consistent all the way down the stretch, and I did. When he made his little appearance last year, he got a Tops Now card that wasn't great, but like, I did like Nacho. I kind of wonder if after the All-Star break we're not going to see Nacho come up for while Riley's down. I like Nacho. I'll say that's the one thing about Nacho that I do really like is he's a shortstop that can play anywhere in the infield. I know there's been a lot of talk about wanting him to maybe get some reps and sit Albies for how poor Albies has been hitting. But he's a shortstop who can play second or third, but he's still a true shortstop. Now, I don't think he's as good defensively as Nick Allen, but yeah, I want to say that Nacho card last year had like reverse split power, maybe, and the power right wasn't great. It was like low 80s, and then he had like low 70s versus left, which in the sets and seasons model wasn't great, even for a theme team. That's wild that the best defensive shortstop in baseball just did that. We're talking about a dude who's putting on a show defensively and probably going to vie for a platinum glove. Unless he has a really bad stretch second half of the year, like he's kind of running away with the Gold Glove at shortstop right now. He's so far ahead of everybody else, outs above average at the position, that it's video game number like at this point. Nice pickoff, Dylan. Can we do it again? Man, I hope tomorrow night's going to be fun. I feel like this may be the most enjoyable Weekend Classic that I've played coming up. It starts earlier. I'm going to assume it goes until at least Monday of next week. But, so I'm not going to be able to play Thursday because I work Friday. Oh, he's up to gold now. So I got to go to bed early so I can wake up at 4:30 to go to my 24-hour shift Friday. So I won't be able to play either of those 2 days. So I will play Wednesday and Saturday Weekend Classic games. That'd be a good little break. Which would be super cool if I just didn't have a bunch of games where I feel like I'm getting screwed by RNG. It's bound to happen eventually. I got like a speck of dirt in my sock, or it's starting to come apart. Something like right where my heel hits, and it's annoying. Again, appreciate everybody hanging out. If I hadn't thanked everybody since you got in here, just wanted to make sure I said it again. Two more. Man, like I said, be on the lookout for that. Catel's price could tank in the next week because of that. If you weren't in here when I looked at that, they have the rewards for the Weekend Classic posted. And if somebody finishes first in their leaderboard in Immortal, they literally just get Acuna. Or Cattell. I don't know why I said Acuna. But I also am kind of wondering, we got robbed of an Acuna All-Star card because of him having to back out of the Home Run Derby. I wonder if maybe a 99 Acuna is not a Weekend Classic reward. We were talking about that earlier, that he's like a swing that's universally loved by everybody. And everybody loves when his cards come out, and he's on almost everybody's squad. That's why he was the ultimate reward last year for Extreme. A 99 Acuna would be amazing right now. And his hitting could even maybe be a little better this year. Because they're clearly not going to give him great speed. guess I could check and not be an idiot and see why I got program progress. Huh. Oh. That's actually going really quick. If I finish the... it was 20 points for this, right? Yeah, so I'll be done when I do that. So I'm going to go back to using cards I want to use, I guess. Kinda in a slump. I'd say that's the biggest sugarcoat of all time. He is the worst qualified hitter in Major League Baseball. Of all qualified hitters, he is literally dead last in baseball this year. His chase rate is the worst in baseball. His strikeout rate is the worst in baseball. His hard hit ball rate is the worst in baseball. And then what was kind of disappointing, I saw a clip from Sunday night's game where he got rung up on a ball like 2 inches, 3 inches below the strike zone. And it was basically like somebody bitching, complaining about Snit not, standing up at all, making any noise, which I'm not worried about. I think he's getting let go at the end of this year. We're going to let him finish this year because he won us a World Series, and then we're going to tell him to kick rocks. But for somebody who's been chasing so many pitches out of the strike zone, it really hurt for him to get called on a pitch out of the strike zone on strike 3. I was like, that's pretty lame. Nope, that's not what I want. Basically doing this just, like, I could finish faster if I was just, like, doing missions, but I also want the Home Run Derby pack for doing the conquest, so. I cannot tell you how annoying I find that properties. Refresh browser, the team comes out. Refresh cache. I mean, it's not working anyway, so I'll try whatever. Holy shit, that's a big number. Appreciate everybody hanging out, stopping by. We've had 206 different viewers tonight, it said. Holy shit. That's wild. Thank you to everybody who's come by tonight. I kind of figured it might be a half decent night for the stream because, you know, the All-Star game ending, the content coming out late. I typically have to stream this late because of, like I said, I gotta wait for my daughter to fall asleep, and she has to fall asleep on my wife. Oh, he's got 42. Yeah, man. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like we demoted Jared Kelnick earlier this year for a lot less than what we're getting out of Michael Harris right now. It's almost been like the hope that he's do like the last 2 years where he'd be absolutely terrible and then turn around and be red hot for a whole month and even it out, but it's not fucking happening. So I'd be totally down for us to demote him to Gwinnett for a little while and let him get some fucking confidence back. Kelnick is almost as good of a center fielder as he is. Eli White is a very good center fielder. You play the two of those guys and platoon them. We're already platooning Michael right now because he's playing so bad. I don't know. Like I said, I would really like, especially since we decided to sign him to an extension after half of a decent rookie year that he had. We got to get better production out of him, though. So, like, whatever we got to do to get his mind right and get him playing better again, let's do it. This year's already kind of a wash for going to the postseason. So what would it hurt to demote him and let him get some confidence? Go hit some AAA pitching. I don't know if everybody that's in here was around earlier, but I was talking about it when I was first. I have loved his swing. Hitting like 527 with him in 30 event games with 10 home runs or some shit. I've loved hitting with him righty-righty, righty-lefty. And then 2 days later, 3 days later, Cal Raleigh wins the home run derby and he's not going to be on my squad anymore. It's sad. Eddie Rosario kind of fell in the spin cycle of he had performed just well enough for us in the postseason in 21 that after, what was it, 22? I want to say he was still on the roster in 22. And maybe even 23. But then, so other teams that were like bottom of the league were willing to throw him a 1 year, 2 year contract as a veteran that could give him some production. And then he wasn't giving them production. And then we actually brought him back this year. I believe he started with the Nationals maybe this year. And they DFA'd him. We picked him up. And it was super early in the year as well. Like first or second week of the season. He got like one at-bat and then got demoted again. Back down to AAA. And then we DFA'd him. And I don't know that anybody else picked him up, but he's just gone. It was a big point of contention, honestly, though. He got a pinch hit at bat for Eli White. I'm trying to remember who it was against now. It was against a righty. But Eli White had been our hottest hitter for like the first couple weeks of the season. And people were not happy that Snit decided to pinch hit for him for a guy that's past his prime that hadn't performed the last couple seasons. And he gave reasoning why. There was some analytical reason, like, righties have an expected batting average on balls in play of whatever against, I don't even remember who it was, who we were playing. Cannot remember for the life of me. But yeah, Eddie also became very vocal on like Twitter about criticizing our front office and what we've been doing the last year or two, like trying to pick up guys that were on the 21 World Series team and kind of became like franchise legends for us based on their performance that year, and then we kind of just like discard them like trash when they don't catch lightning in a bottle again. It's like, don't bring them back again then, please. Kind of like we did with Kimbrel. Kimbrel had a clause in his deal when we signed him that he was getting paid like minimum unless he made a major league appearance. And so we called him up, and then like we're on the hook for like $5.7 million, whatever his contract was, because he made his major league appearance. That was in the contract. And then we DFA'd him the next day. We called him up for one inning in San Francisco, and then just let him go. I guess it was our nice retirement gift to him. Throw him a couple extra $1 million. I don't know. Genuinely didn't understand that one. Especially when our bullpen was struggling so bad, and he didn't have a great inning. I think he walked a couple guys, and there was like a great play that got him a double play to get him out of the inning. But our bullpen was struggling so bad, he hadn't allowed an earned run in AAA, and then he went out and had a 0 against the Giants, and we DFA'd him the next day. It was like, what did you even call him up for then? They changed his throwing motion. He was almost like identical to Adam Ottavino, and he's kind of like he steps out to the side and then throws over the top. That's weird. It's way more readable, though. I will say that. He's not a common. He's a bronze. He's usually like a BR moonshot legend the last couple of years. And then, not to mention, if he got a good card, like, because of the fact he had such a weird, deceptive throwing motion, he was definitely a God Squad caliber card. He's always got like a meta pitch mix. Yep. Primary sinker. 114 clutch on Ellie. I didn't remember that. Yeah, I remember Sports Talk Atlanta, I think is the radio show. They were talking shit because Willie Adames had started so poorly. And they like tweeted out his stats, saying something about how there was a lot of people being really vocal about how mad they were that we didn't pick up Willie Adames. And then he had a hot month of June. He's started off hot the month of July. He's a Gold Glove caliber fucking... He's not as good defensively as Nick Allen, I don't think, but he's going to produce at the plate, so there's an extra benefit to it. Whereas Nick Allen is... he's going to flash the leather and hit 205 with no home runs. I was on that board with you though, Caleb. When I was assuming in the off season we were going to get a shortstop. We got one season that was way above any expectation we could have had out of Orlando Arcia, and then came crashing down to earth last year. And I thought for sure we were going to go out and sign a free agent shortstop, and nope, we didn't. And want to guess what the biggest hole in our lineup is? When our shortstop comes up to hit. Now, granted, I think he has proven to this point in the year that he does enough with the glove that he justifies being in the lineup every day. Like, he has genuinely been the best defensive shortstop in baseball so far this year. It just sucks that you could get somebody who's slightly less of a defender than him, who's still a Gold Glove caliber defender, and they could actually produce at the plate for you. That's kind of where Major League Baseball is now. There's not much need for a defensive specialty guy to be an everyday starter. Guys are like almost any superstar caliber team, World Series contending team, like they got 5 tool guys all over the field. Whether one of their tools isn't as good as the others, kind of like I'd almost think like Roberto Clemente type 5-tool guy. Like, he was referred to as one of the first like true 5-tool guys, and he wasn't like blazing speed. He was still just good enough speed to get the job done, though. Excuse me. I also find it very odd that even Shohei, he got 86 speed on his 99 that we just got. Why in the world a guy that stole 50 bags last year doesn't have 99 speed on a 99 overall card? Or 90, 95, and then you parallel it up and it gets higher? Like, I don't got the explanation for that. All right, another question for anybody. Who has the biggest turnaround to their season in the second half? Like a specific player, not a team. If you want to offer up a team that has the biggest turnaround, you could. I would say right now my money would be on the Marlins. They're, you never know. It's a short break for the All-Star game, but having everybody have quite a few days off in a row and some guys going across the country to compete in the All-Star game, I don't know that that's going to kill their momentum that they had built up, but they'd won quite a few games in a row against some good teams. So we'll just have to see if they're still hot when we come back from the All-Star break. Is tomorrow still an off day for everybody, or do games resume tomorrow? I don't remember. Oh, there's still 2 more off days. Everybody's off tomorrow and Thursday. Games resume Friday. So it is a decent break. Yeah, he actually was interviewed and he talked about it. He's the type of guy that's worn contacts in the past, and he says that he has felt so much more comfortable not having to worry about keeping them, saturated. And um, yeah, as somebody who wore contacts, I could totally relate to that. I begged my family when I was still playing baseball to let me get LASIK, and my aunt is an optometrist who was super against it. And so I never got LASIK until I was 28 years old and I paid for it myself out of my pocket. And it's the greatest financial decision I've ever made. If you have bad eyes and you're contemplating getting LASIK, you shouldn't hesitate another day. You should call and get a consultation like tomorrow. I have like 2015 vision now. I got glasses when I was 9 years old. I got contacts when I was 11. My eyes were very bad, like -2.5 and -3, or -2.5, -3. And I couldn't watch TV without glasses or contacts. I couldn't drive without them. Like, and having great vision now, like, can't speak enough about how worth it is. You should definitely get LASIK if you're thinking about it. Excuse me. I wish I got to see it, Caleb. Pretty disappointed. So I was working a 24-hour shift yesterday, and I was hopeful. We were super busy all day, and then there was a bit of a lull at about 6 o'clock Central Time. I'm in the Central Time zone. And so I was like, ooh, could we have a nice little lull until, like after dinner time? I could watch most of the home run. I wanted to at least see the first round. Get to see everybody swing it and see how they did. I knew, like, work on an ambulance, I'm probably going to get a call during the home run derby. But, if I could see the first round for everybody and then, like, see the end of it, I'd have been totally fine. I saw almost none of it. I got to see, like, the last half of Cal Raleigh's round in the finals. I got to see Jazz's round in the first round, which was the most boring shit I've ever seen. And who went first? I did get to see the very first person that went. Did Brent Brooker go first? I feel like he went first. I don't remember now. But I did get to watch a replay of Matt's round on Twitter, and was very pleased with how he performed in it. It's kind of a bummer he started so slow, because if he'd have done anywhere near that good to start, he'd have at least been in the semis. I knew he could have a decent performance. He's competed in the home run derby before. I believe he competed in 21 in Colorado, if I remember correctly, when he was in his last year with the A's. But man, still just a bummer that it wasn't Ronald, and now we don't have a Ronald card to show for it, which would have been super sick. Like I said, even a 96 overall Ronald would have been sick. Did James Wood go first? I couldn't remember who it was. I remember they hit like 15, 17 home runs, something like that, and didn't get to move on. I couldn't remember exactly who it was. I do vaguely remember watching him hit a few balls over, like on the chop house now. And then maybe I got to see like the beginning of Brent Rooker's round. Maybe he went second. I didn't get to watch much of it. I was pretty disappointed. And like I told the guy I was working with last night, told my wife, like, I'm usually more excited about the Home Run Derby than the All-Star Game, so it kind of sucks that I was at work yesterday and off today. Hey, the card art's finally loaded. What do you fucking know? Is it actually, though, or is it just on that thumbnail? It is actually loaded. Whoa. I think I'm going to get... He's got max power and almost max contact both sides. I think I need to try him as my DH, man. Which I'll definitely give SCS kudos on that. I criticized how they've rolled out all of the All-Star Week content so far this year, making everything a collection instead of like the best card being in a rare round and you could just buy Ethan Holiday, Cal Raleigh if you wanted them. But giving everybody a free 99 Kyle Schwarber is pretty awesome. For a lot of people who don't have any big collections done, he's going to immediately be the best hitter in their lineup. He's going to be a defensive liability, but he will, like, regardless of who else they have, if they don't have any other 99s, he will be their best hitter. Now, if they jive with his swing, is a completely different story. Because like we were talking about earlier, there are some swings that people love, and there's some that like you just can't get for some reason, even if everybody else loves them. Don't know why. A good example of that is somebody, maybe it was either Gomes or someone else. I don't remember now. Somebody was reviewing the Home Run Derby content, and they were talking about how they hate Jazz's swing. They never liked Jazz's swing. I love Jazz Chisholm's swing. I think it's super easy for a lefty. It's probably one of my favorites lefty-lefty. He got that charisma card in 23. That was like a very, very low overall 99. He only had like, I want to say like 80 to 84, 85, something like that. Like low mid 80s contact versus lefties. But he had like 110 or 115 clutch, so I was like, he was 99 speed. He had center field secondary. It was early enough in the year that I needed a center fielder with speed, and so I played Jazz in a secondary in center field and loved him. I think I started him out super low in my lineup, and then I was hitting so good with him, I moved him up. It is a very, like, and I was talking, one of our dispatchers, she's a big Yankees fan, and she was talking to me about how she loves Jazz, and it was sad to see how bad he did last night, and I was like, it was kind of my concern with him being in the Home Run Derby, though. Like, he's not a big, strong guy, and his swing looks so effortless, he doesn't generate the power. He generates based off of, like, barrel rate and good timing, and the pitcher throwing the ball hard, creating the power. I'll tell you, one of the most wild things is that last night, after that piss poor performance, having the audacity in an interview to say that he was totally willing to do it again next year. It's like, brother, there's not a baseball fan on the planet that wants to see you swing in the Home Run Derby ever again. He may not have been making excuses. He may have been being genuine, but saying that, you know, if he got to do it again next year, that he would actually like try to hit home runs instead of he went out there and tried to just like BP take his normal swing, not trying to lift the ball, not trying to generate power, and it's like, brother, no, please no. And I love Jazz, but no. It was one of those like all-time worst performances in the Home Run Derby to the point where, like, he should never get an invite to do it again. Not even for, like, the chance at redemption. I remember, in case some of you here aren't old enough, Aaron Boone, the manager of the Yankees, has a brother, Brett Boone, who was a second baseman for, like, the Reds, the Mariners, and huge, strong, steroid era dude. Huge second baseman. Like Dan Uglett. Well, if you don't know, steroid guy that played second and hit home runs. Looked like a 5'8", 5'10" ball of muscle. The dude didn't hit a single home run in a round in the Home Run Derby. In the old format where you got 10 outs and it wasn't timed. You just, like, if you didn't hit a home run, it was an out. He took 10 swings and didn't hit a home run. I want to say it was even in Seattle that year. Dear God. Hey, not to mention, after we, not this game, but the next one, I think I got one more. Against the Phillies. I'll have 2 more 99s. I'll finish that program and get 99 Schwarber. And that'll give me enough to get Aaron Judge. That all kept going. That didn't even have that much launch angle on it. Yeah, it was 20. Wow. I hope everybody's enjoying the content tonight. Grinding for the... Like I said, it's a little unprecedented. Like, they've given out free 99s before, don't get me wrong, but the All-Star Game MVP being a free 99 for everybody. It's pretty sick. And not in a collection. Not for 200,000 stubs in a pack. Like, just free. Just do the program. And like I pointed out, if you had done many seasons already, that was 50 of the 75 stars that you needed. That's sick. So you could collect him and do the moments and be done. But so now, since I have Aaron Judge and the collection's done, and none of those guys are going to make even a grind squad that I'm going to do, like, I'm not doing that mini season. And I couldn't be happier about it. I'm very mini season. I've been a big fan of it ever since I started playing in 22. Like, mini seasons is it's good for, grinding missions that you got to do, getting some free packs. We've gone too far into it this year with all these themed mini seasons that are required to get cards, to do a collection, to get the actual card that you want. It's been too much this year. I'm very fucking mini seasoned out at this point. I would like to not have to play mini seasons again the rest of the year, and I'm sure that's not going to be the case. Because yet again this week, we couldn't have just made fucking all-star content. We had to make an all-star mini season. After this game, I want to look and see how many mini seasons we have. You have Classic. Totally fine. There was the anniversary one at launch, which I don't know what was the difference between that and Classic. We couldn't have just made CC Sabathia a reward for beating Classic the first time. You know, that used to be the thing, is that mini seasons would update, and it wasn't like a new mini season, it was a new reward added for going through normal mini season. Like, I remember there was an Evan Longoria in 22, and then I want to say, who did they update it to? He was the first one at launch, and then they updated it and it changed to somebody. Give me a minute to think about it. Maybe a pitcher? I need somebody to do the homework and figure out who all these draft guys' swings are. Like, he kind of feels like Beltran. His hand placement doesn't seem exactly the same, and his stride seems a little different, but it feels awfully similar. Awfully similar. I know, and Scan's playing a lot of other stuff right now because he hadn't been enjoying the show. But he did last year. He did a lot of the groundwork going through and figuring out all of the draft guys' swings because they get assigned like a current player swing because they haven't been scanned yet. And then same for the out of position cards. They all got, you know, an existing hitter in the game swing. Like Hunter Green got Mark Hanna's swing. What was another good one? I think Mariano Rivera got Matt Holliday's. This may shock you to hear, but Bryce Harper got Bryce Harper's swing. There were some good ones. Who did... Oh, Michael Lorenzen, I think, got Mike Trout's swing. I'd be super down if that that card series came back this year. Especially if it's timed well like last year. Content had gotten really boring last year to the point we had like all-star content in set 2, and it came out for set 3, I believe it was. And so it was a nice way to shake up the reset of the power creep in sets and seasons. I don't know what we would do, like how it would probably feel so weird because at this point if you bring them in, they'd be 99s, 97s. Like they'd be pretty beefy for out of position cards, but yeah, that was literally what I was just talking about, man. I thought it was great. Like I said, it was a time in the year where everybody was kind of tired of not kind of very tired of sets and seasons, and they still had one more reset that they had to do before the last set came out, and so it was like the start of set 3, I believe. I thought it was a good shakeup that kind of distracted those of us that were still playing MLB The Show from the fact that they were going to take away all of our cards and wouldn't let us use them anymore. And it was neat, especially for like... I wish they'd have done a little more. If you didn't read like the caption when you went to do all the moments, you wouldn't know the story about why they got what they got. But like, Bryce Harper was a catcher when he first popped onto like the radar as a prospect. Paul Skeens was a catcher, like all the way up until he went to Air Force his freshman year. I mean, Michael Lorenzen was a great outfielder. I don't think that's a surprise to most people that followed baseball. But like one I didn't know is that Mariano Rivera was actually a good outfield prospect. Where is he from? Panama. When he was like, you know, an amateur in Panama. So I thought some of that was pretty cool. I enjoyed a lot of those cards. I don't know that I used them all very long. Like once we started getting more of the typical 99s and stuff released in that set, I moved on. But it was very cool. And a thing that a lot of the content creators pointed out is that if MLB The Show wasn't going to fork up money to get new legends in the game, it was a nice way to get more hitters into the game because it wasn't just like your fourth Kyle Schwarber, you know, your third Bryce Harper, but it was a Bryce Harper. Anyways, but then having like guys that are position players in Major League Baseball who pitched when they were younger get pitching cards. Like the Atlanta Braves were the only team that was interested in Austin Riley as a position player, which in retrospect now is wild to say out loud, but he was a very good pitcher in high school, and every other team that was scouting him was going to draft him as a pitcher. You know, this wasn't intentional, but the All-Star game next year is in Philadelphia. So we're ending the All-Star program and Conquest off where it's going to be next year. That'd be a nice little Easter egg if they already had like a All-Star logo up. I know they won't because they haven't designed it or revealed it yet, but I was just saying it'd be cool. It's a bit odd because they usually do a good job at going back and forth between American League and National League for the All-Star game. But, you know, I guess you can't do that all the time. Like, eventually you just got to kind of select the stadium or the teams that bid on it and win it, or who's going to get it. I hadn't even really looked yet, but you know some of those. I did look when the All-Star content like first came out, and I know Trey Turner was still like 100K stubs, but you got to figure a lot of that stuff's going to start really dying in price. Anything that's not a 99 at this point is not going to be able to sustain the price that it was at. Even the chase pack cards. Like, people trying to sell them are just going to become impatient and lower the price and start undercutting each other. We got Weekend Classic tomorrow, so like a bunch more chase packs are going to be in rotation than usual for people getting them for their win rewards. I didn't see that release very good at all. I thought that was a sweeper. I thought that was a changeup. This guy throws kind of weird. What is it about his delivery that seems weird? I don't know. Maybe his arm's lower than I expect it to be, so everything kind of seems like it's higher. I don't know. It's deceptive. Lord help us if Max Lazar gets a good card, I guess. Everybody looking forward to the stadium lock games that we got to play in events in Philly next year? Because this fucking park is a prison. That's the one thing I'll always give Truist, is that it really doesn't play bad for a pro ball park. The ball actually flies there. You will not hit a perfect fly ball like that with somebody and it just die in right center like the ball carries. How's that, like 65,000 PXP? He's got to be getting close to being parallel 5. Hopefully Hank's almost at P4, because then he'll have 80 speed. And 100, yeah, 100 power right without the boost. I was so excited when they announced the Braves, inning boss cards. What didn't occur to me is that they were going to be the best cards in the game for like a week until we got All-Star content. And then the moment we started getting 98s, 99s, like they're still great. Don't get me wrong. Like, I love Chipper Swing. I love Hank Swing. But there are plenty of options now. That's why they're like 8K already. Bobby Grich, like... And I've loved Bobby Grich. I've loved his swing. He, like, single-handedly won me a Weekend Classic game last go-around with 2 home runs and, like, 4 or 5 RBIs. But how much longer is he going to be at second base? Or, honestly, is his replacement already in my inventory? Because I do have a Francisco Lindor who I'd probably love to use, but he can't play short with his noodle arm. He's fast. He's not faster. He's actually slower. He's got like 67 speed, but he's got 90 stealing or some shit. So he can steal bags. He's a better defender. He's a switch hitter. Did I just talk myself into making a starting lineup change for the Weekend Classic? Probably. Edmundo Sosa, Johan Rojas, then Bryce Harper, then Trey Turner, Alec Boehm, Nick Castellanos. This might be one of the dumber lineup constructions. Yep. Two bottom of the lineup guys hitting 1-2 in the lineup. Makes a lot of sense. Their roster's slap full of all-stars and future Hall of Famers, and they're all way down everywhere. Did I not see Kyle Schwarber's name anywhere? I did not. He's not on that roster. What the shit? his swing, man. It's just, it's good. His power's a little on the lower side at P5. You get him at 90 against righty, 85 against lefty, I think. So, I mean, you're going to get a little bit of the, if you don't get good enough launch angle, you'll get perfect outs like that last at bat. But he's got high contact. He's got good speed, good defense. He can steal bases. Let me gush over him a little more again. Like I said, I feel like he's one of the more versatile cards that we have in the game, with shortstop, primary, center field, secondary. So he can play second and third and left and right, even though he doesn't have those secondaries. Like I said about this ballpark, though, that was a just late swing with a push hitter that went as far as a perfect with a switch hitter with 88 power, excuse me. The field just generally plays like shit unless you hit perfects or pull it down the lines. $7-11. Big gulps, huh? Well, see you later. I mean, honestly, Bobby Grich could just be a great DH off the bench against a lefty. Even though his attributes are technically worse against a lefty. That could be the great part, is that he comes in against a lefty starter, but if you bring in a righty reliever, he's technically better attribute-wise. It'd be nice if Alec Bohm, I mean, not that it would be nice, you know, Braves fan not rooting for other NL East rivals to get it going, but I do think Alec Bohm's a good player. He's had a pretty bad first half, like to the point where they were initially kind of talking about him being a possible trade piece, and he's doing so bad that they couldn't trade him now. But what can you get for a guy that's hitting low 200s that doesn't field well? Another guy who's had a bit of a down year after being like a career bronze or silver reliever. He'd worked up to being like a go-to gold or diamond the last 2 years and really scuffled the last month or two. Perfect out to leave Chipper on deck. I took a screenshot of a stat that I, for some reason, just remembered that I saw yesterday at some point that I need to look up and read off to any of my fellow brave sufferers in here. Because when you read it, it's like absurd. The 2025 Dodgers have allowed 390 runs. Their record is 54-32. The 2025 Braves have allowed 330 runs. That's 60 less for those of you not so good at maths. Their record is 38-46. We are 8 games under 500, and the Dodgers are 22 games over 500. We've allowed 60 less runs than them. That's how bad our offense has been. I was talking to my brother-in-law about how I hate that run differential is such a stat that people like to talk about. When we win by crooked numbers. We blow people out. 6-0, 9-2, that kind of shit. When we lose, it's always a one-run game. It's a low-scoring, one-run game. Our offense pitches pretty good, and our pitchers perform well, not our offense. If our offense pitched, we'd probably get murdered. But our offense just doesn't produce for them some days. It's getting fucking old, is what I'll say. It's getting really fucking old. Okay. You know, there comes a point in the year where you could just take these really shitty headliners that aren't worth anything and never going to make a team at this point out of the game. It's worth 2,000 stubs if you get lucky and pull this, and he's not even making a Tier 3 Rangers theme team build at this time. There are 2 better catchers available for a Rangers theme team than him. I'm going to save these for tomorrow or whenever it is when they add the All-Star pack to this. Maybe they'll add the draft one to it. That'd be really sick. I kind of doubt it because it's not a tiered pack like these were. But firstly, let's see if we can get lucky. Really kind of doubt it. I have enough packs here that if I hit the rare round all 3 times, I could get Cal Raleigh. It's not going to happen, but let's just see. That is base ramp. Woo. Nine three eight zero. It's a 1 in 3 chance at the rare round. Hey. Can we go 2 for 3? No. Holy shit. Well, 2 out of 3 is not bad. That just got me the best catcher in the game, and there he is. Wow. So, okay, that happened. Oh yeah, I forgot that happened. Which means I also just got Aaron Judge. Huh. Mm. Like on MLB The Show, I think I hit like a 550 something last year before they started screwing with elevation. Yeah, it was fun. I don't know what else to call it. I wasn't a fan of them screwing with elevation this year. Um, I think people play video games to score runs. Nobody sits down for 40 minutes to play a 2-1 ball game. So I didn't get why they wanted to nerf elevation this year, nerf stadiums, all that kind of thing. It was kind of weird. This is a God Squad now. Holy cow! I'm not the biggest fan of how big Judge's strike zone is, so he's literally just like a DH pinch hitter against a lefty starter. I've enjoyed Shohei's swing, so it's kind of crazy that I'm putting him on the bench. I mean, I guess it's just because I'm giving Schwarber a chance with how high his attributes all are. I'd really rather have a switch hitter for that last available spot, man. Like I said, and it may be a little biased because he's my favorite player of all time and he's a Brave, but having a switch hitter as your final pinch hit option at the DH slot, I feel like is better. Got speed that can play all over the field. Hunter Goodman can play first base, so if you need to pinch run for Gil or Cal, but like you're not going to pinch hit, like Cal needs to be in your lineup, so you don't pinch run for him. Don't pinch run for Cal Raleigh. I mean, if you absolutely have to, yeah. If you tie the game and have to continue playing, you're going to kick yourself for him not being in the lineup. It's crazy what happens in a week. It's a pretty good looking squad. Contains one pack. How awesome. You're going to randomly assign me a couple packs, huh? So I can get some super old shit that it don't need. That's cool. That's cool. Still got enough that I could probably do Ethan Holiday as well. I need 14 more. Get all the way up to the 97th, and I'd be there. Dude. Like I said, it's wild the difference a week can make in this game. Now, I will say, we're officially in 99s. This Retro Lightning could be one of the grossest cards. We're still a ways out. We're still at least 3 weeks away. But dude, the first 90, like the Retro Lightnings have been amazing. Bobby Grich has been my favorite second baseman this year. I didn't really use Bryce Harper because by the time I got him, he wasn't good enough to be on my squad, I guess. But I typically love his swing. You use him in one event game, a couple event games, I guess. And then same deal with this Carlos Santana. By the time I got him, he really wasn't on my team. He's got some at-bats recently, but a July Retro Lightning 99 could be ridiculous. None of those are in here. I kind of hate that these guys are vouchers for this instead of like any of the billion collections they've been making us do all year. Like, if you're not good enough to make 1,000, go fuck yourself. Okay. I would venture to guess that a lot of people may be like me. It's not necessarily that I'm not good enough. I'd rather just play and have fun. And getting frustrated because of the amount of RNG not going my way on Hall of Fame or Legend doesn't sound like fun to me. Okay, I can see a decent path to this lineup now. If you're not feeling comfortable with Judge against a righty, whoever it may be, Dustin May throwing outlier sinker, outlier four seam that's spreading you around the strike zone too much because it's so fucking big. You could pinch hit Shohei for him, who's not going to be great defensively. He'll have way better speed, and then you're still split at least by 2 switch hitters. It does stink that you can get 2 in an inning in back-to-back spots there, but then you also have Byron Buxton off the bench. Man. It might be crazy to some people, but I hate how big his strike zone is. He's got to go. He's got to go to the bench. Like, he's literally just a pinch hitter for Schwarber. And that's just because his attributes are so damn high. .85 speed, and then those will be his 71 fielding, 68 reaction with 85 speed, 77 arm strength. Man. I think you almost got to do that. Put the really bad defense in left field, where maybe his speed makes up for it. I mean, Ted's arm's even better. So the Schwarber's actually not abysmal defensively. It was like they had so many attribute points left over that they could sprinkle a little more into his defense as well. Five more fielding, 5 more reaction, 3 more speed. Oh, the clutch is way higher. He's got 125 as opposed to 108. $20 more points of vision. And he's not the team affinity captain. So you can use the good Schwarber and use the team affinity captain. It is very late. I need to go to bed. It is after 4 o'clock. But I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. Like I said, I will be live again tomorrow night. We got Weekend Classic starting. I won't be live until like 9 or 10 o'clock at night, but get a few Weekend Classic games in, get the other half of them in. Saturday night will be the next stream after tomorrow night. But yeah, live tomorrow night. So I'll be live sometime between like 9 and 10, depends on when my daughter goes to sleep. But yeah, 232 different people checking it out. Appreciate it, Caleb. I'm glad you stumbled upon the stream and We can complain about Braves baseball together. Probably with a couple other people tomorrow night. But